Tonight, we delve into a story that serves as a stark reminder of how quickly things can go wrong. It's a personal narrative shared by someone who experienced it directly. The title itself sends a chill down your spine. On my camping trip in Pennsylvania was a deadly mistake. This isn't just about a bad camping trip. It's about a sequence of events that led to a potentially fatal outcome. Prepare yourself for a harrowing story. Let's roll the clip. My name is Liam Miller, or at least it was. It's getting harder to remember things clearly these days, harder to separate the damp chill that seems to have sunk into my bones from the actual memories. But I need to tell this. I need someone to know what happened in those woods, in the deep, dark hemlocks of northern Pennsylvania. Maybe writing it down, getting it out, well, I don't know what it will do, honestly. Nothing feels like it can help now, but you need to know about the mistake I made. My terrible, pity-driven, deadly mistake. It all started with a simple idea: escape the city. Get away from the noise, the concrete, the endless cycle of work and sleep. I'd always found solace in nature, a sense of peace under a canopy of leaves that no amount of urban park landscaping could replicate. I'm not exactly an expert outdoorsman, mind you. More of an enthusiastic amateur. I can pitch a tent, build a fire usually, and read a map, mostly. I figured that was enough for a solo camping trip. Pennsylvania seemed perfect: vast tracts of state forest, relatively close drive, and the promise of real wilderness. I settled on a spot somewhere vaguely between Potter and Clinton counties, drawn by descriptions of ancient hemlock groves, the kind where sunlight struggles to pierce the dense canopy even at noon, creating a perpetual twilight on the forest floor. It sounded mystical, rejuvenating. God, how wrong I was. I remember stopping at a dusty general store on the edge of the forest to grab some last-minute supplies: extra propane, some jerky, maybe a local map that looked more detailed than the one I'd printed off the internet. The old guy behind the counter, weathered like the barnwood siding of the store itself, eyed my brand new hiking boots and the hopeful glint in my eye. He asked where I was headed. When I mentioned the deep hemlock trails north of Cross Fork, his easygoing demeanor shifted just slightly. A flicker of something: caution. Pity crossed his face. "Going squonk huntin'?" he asked, a dry chuckle rattling in his chest that didn't quite reach his eyes. I must have looked blank. Squonk? Aye. He leaned forward, his voice dropping conspiratorially. "Funny little critter they say lives out in them hemlocks. Ugly as sin. Poor thing. Skin's too big for its body, covered in warts. Cries all the time 'cause it knows how hideous it is." He paused, wiping down the counter with a slow, deliberate motion. "Legend says if you corner one, it gets so scared and ashamed it just dissolves. Melts away into a puddle of tears and bubbles right there on the spot." I probably smiled the way you do when indulging local folklore. "Sounds depressing," I offered, trying to be polite. "More than depressing, son," he said, his gaze suddenly sharp. "It's a sorrow you don't want to get too close to. Some things out there, they carry a weight. Best leave 'em be. Stick to the marked trails, especially come twilight. Woods get tricky." I thanked him, paid for my things, and dismissed his words as charming local color, the kind of tall tale that springs up in isolated places. A creature that cries itself into oblivion. It sounded like something out of a bizarre fairy tale. If anything, the description made me feel a pang of sympathy for the imaginary beast. Imagine being so filled with self-loathing you simply cease to exist. It was profoundly sad, but utterly unbelievable. I tucked the thought away, filed under quirky regional legends, and headed towards the trailhead, eager for the solitude of the forest. The first day and a half were exactly what I'd hoped for. The air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. The sheer scale of the hemlocks was breathtaking, ancient giants filtering the sunlight into dappled patterns on the mossy ground. The silence was profound, broken only by the chirping of unseen birds, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, or the occasional sigh of wind through the high branches. I hiked for miles, feeling the city stress melt away with each step. I made camp near a rushing stream, cooked a simple meal over my small stove, and watched the stars emerge, brighter and more numerous than I'd ever seen them. I felt completely disconnected, blissfully alone. Naively, I equated alone with safe. The trouble started late on the second day. I decided to explore a less defined side trail, hoping to find a scenic overlook mentioned vaguely on my map. The path grew fainter, marked only by occasional faded blazes on trees that seemed increasingly far apart. The forest grew denser here, the hemlocks interspersed with the thick rhododendron bushes that clawed at my clothes. I checked my compass, consulted the map, and realized I wasn't quite where I thought I should be. Not drastically lost, not yet, but definitely off track. And the sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, painting the western horizon in shades of orange and purple, but casting long, deepening shadows beneath the trees. An unease started to creep in, prickling the back of my neck. The woods, which had felt so peaceful just hours before, now seemed to hold their breath. The bird song ceased. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore, it was watchful. Heavy. The air grew cooler, carrying a dampness that felt deeper than just the evening dew. Twilight in a dense forest isn't a gradual dimming. It's like a heavy blanket being pulled over the world, smothering the light with unnerving speed. I told myself not to panic. I just needed to backtrack, find the main trail before full darkness set in. I turned, trying to retrace my steps. But the fading light made everything look unfamiliar. Trees that should have been landmarks seemed to have shifted. The ground, thick with fallen needles, muffled my footsteps, adding to the eerie quiet. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe water trickling over rocks somewhere nearby. But it was too rhythmic, too pathetic. A soft, choked sobbing sound. It seemed to come from deeper in the woods, somewhere off to my left, near where the shadows were thickest by a sluggish, most choked stream I hadn't noticed before. It wasn't the cry of any animal I recognized. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated misery, heartbroken and desolate. It echoed faintly through the still air, rising and falling with a desperate cadence. My heart hammered against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to turn, to run in the opposite direction, back towards where I thought the main trail might be. Find safety, find light. But another feeling stirred within me, overriding the fear. It was curiosity, morbid perhaps, but undeniably strong. And mixed with it, bizarrely, was that same pang of pity I'd felt back in the general store. The old man's words echoed in my mind cries, all the time because it knows how hideous it is. What could possibly make a sound like that? What creature could embody such profound sorrow? Ignoring the growing darkness, ignoring the primal warnings ringing in my skull, ignoring the shopkeeper's cautionary tale, I took a hesitant step towards the sound. Towards the weeping. That was the beginning of the end. My first step down a path I can never retrace. Each step I took towards the sobbing felt heavier than the last, my boots sinking into the thick carpet of damp needles and moss. The air itself seemed resistant, thick with humidity, and an almost palpable sense of sorrow that grew stronger with every yard I covered. The twilight had deepened into a gloomy dusk, the kind where shapes bled into one another and the shadows under the hemlocks stretched into impenetrable pools of blackness. My flashlight beam cut a nervous, shaky path ahead, catching on gnarled roots that looked like grasping claws and the smooth, dark bark of trees that felt like silent, disapproving witnesses. The weeping continued, relentless, a soundtrack of pure misery that vibrated somewhere deep inside my own chest. Fear was a cold knot in my stomach, but that damnable pity, that naive urge to understand, pushed me forward. I rounded a thicket of rhododendrons, their waxy leaves slick with moisture, and stopped dead. There, huddled by the edge of the sluggish, dark stream, was the source of the sound. It was well, the old man hadn't exaggerated its ugliness, but even his description hadn't prepared me for the sheer wretchedness of the creature. It was vaguely pig-like, yes, but slumped and misshapen, maybe 2 feet tall if it stood upright, which it clearly wasn't doing. Its skin, a sickly grayish brown, hung loosely on its frame, wrinkled and folded in ways that suggested it was several sizes too large. And it was covered, absolutely covered, in glistening warts and weeping sores. It wasn't looking at me. Its face, small and disproportionate beneath folds of loose skin, was buried in what looked like stubby, underdeveloped hands or paws. Its shoulders hitched with each sob, a rattling, liquid sound that echoed the gurgle of the nearby stream. It just knelt there, radiating an aura of despair so potent it felt like a physical force. My breath caught in my throat. It was real. The squonk, the ridiculous, sad little legend from the general store, was kneeling 20 feet away from me, crying its heart out in the dying light. A part of my brain screamed folklore, impossibility, hallucination brought on by fear and disorientation. But my eyes didn't lie. The sheer, unadulterated misery of the creature was undeniable, profoundly real, and my fear, while still present, was increasingly overshadowed by that stupid, misplaced empathy. It just looked sob-wrong. So utterly, cosmically out of place and tormented by its own existence. The old man's words surfaced to gain cries all the time because it knows how hideous it is. And looking at it, I believed it. What else could explain such profound, unending sorrow? My mind, clouded by pity and the strangeness of the encounter, started racing down a foolish path. Maybe no one had ever shown it kindness. Maybe it was just misunderstood. The stories painted it as merely pathetic, not dangerous. The thought solidified, fueled by a naive desire to somehow fix this impossible sadness, or at least document it. My mistake was feeling sorry for it. I think I understand that now. I thought, maybe if people saw it, if they understood its plight, a picture, proof, maybe that would change things. Maybe people would, I don't know, appreciate its uniqueness. Protect its habitat. Stop treating it like a joke. It sounds idiotic now, insanely naive, but in that moment, standing in the deepening gloom, bathed in the creature's palpable despair, it felt like a compassionate impulse, almost a noble one. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with a mixture of adrenaline and a strange, creeping dampness that seemed to be seeping from the air itself. I needed proof. Not just for others, but maybe for myself, to confirm later that this wasn't just a waking nightmare. I switched the phone to camera mode, the screen's light feeling obscenely bright in the dim woods. I didn't want to startle it further. Its sobs were already escalating, becoming more frantic, as if it sensed my presence, my attention. "Hey," I whispered, my voice hoarse and barely audible. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." The creature flinched violently at the sound, its head snapping up. I got a brief glimpse of small, red-rimmed eyes swimming in tears before it buried its face again, letting out a wail that was pure, distilled anguish. It tried to shuffle back, away from me, its ill-fitting skin catching on a root. It stumbled, looking even more pathetic. That sealed it. My misplaced pity surged. I had to get closer, maybe just capture one clear image to show it wasn't a monster, just sad. I took a step forward, then another, holding my phone up. "Just let me get a picture," I pleaded softly, as if reasoning with a frightened animal. "I just want to show people." I was maybe 10 feet away when I raised the phone properly, trying to frame the shot. The squonk seemed to shrink in on itself, trembling violently. Its sobbing reached a fever pitch, a high-pitched, continuous keen that scraped at my nerves. I saw the loose skin around its body ripple, almost vibrating. And then, just as I was about to tap the screen, it happened. Poof. There's no other word for it. One moment, the creature was there, a solid knot of trembling misery. The next, it simply wasn't. It imploded, collapsed inward with a soft, wet sound like a water balloon bursting in slow motion. Where the squonk had been kneeling, there was now only a rapidly spreading puddle on the mossy ground. The puddle wasn't muddy water from the stream. It was clearer, almost viscous, and it shimmered faintly in the beam of my flashlight. Small bubbles rose to the surface and popped, releasing a faint, salty, almost ozone-like smell into the damp air. The sobbing stopped instantly, replaced by an unnerving silence, broken only by the faint plink-plink of the bursting bubbles. I stood frozen, phone still raised, utterly stunned. My mind struggled to process what my eyes had just witnessed. It had dissolved, exactly like the legend said. It melts away into a puddle of tears and bubbles. It wasn't an escape. It wasn't a trick of the light. It had ceased to exist, leaving behind only its accumulated sorrow in liquid form. I lowered my phone, the screen showing only the blurry image of the damp ground where the creature had been moments before. No proof. Nothing tangible. Just an impossible memory and a rapidly soaking patch of moss that smelled faintly of tears. The woods were utterly silent now, the earlier watchful feeling replaced by something empty, hollowed out. I felt a strange mix of awe, residual fear, and a profound sense of violation, as if I had intruded upon something sacred and fundamentally misunderstood its nature. A sudden, involuntary shiver racked my body despite the humid air. I blinked, and my own vision blurred. A single, fat tear escaped my right eye and tracked a cold path down my cheek. Strange, I wasn't consciously sad, just shocked. Then another tear fell from my left eye. I wiped them away impatiently, attributing it to the stress, the bizarre encounter. But as I stood there, staring at the weeping puddle that was all that remained of the squonk, a new sensation began, a peculiar feeling beneath my own clothes. My skin felt loose, damp, like it didn't quite fit right. I dismissed it as psychosomatic, my mind playing tricks after witnessing the impossible. But the feeling didn't fade, and the puddle at my feet seemed to steam slightly in the cool air, its salty scent growing stronger. I don't know how long I stood there in the oppressive silence of the hemlock grove, staring at the spot where the squonk had dissolved. Minutes. An hour. Time seemed to have lost its meaning, stretching and pooling like the puddle at my feet. The faint, salty smell rising from it clogged my nostrils, a constant reminder of the impossible event. My flashlight beam wavered over the damp moss, catching the last few iridescent bubbles as they popped, leaving behind only a wet patch that looked disturbingly like a stain of concentrated dew, already beginning to soak into the thirsty earth. There were no tracks leading away, no sign of struggle, and nothing but that dampness and the echo of inconsolable sobbing in my memory. Eventually, the cold, a deep, internal chill that had nothing to do with the night air forced me to move. I had to get out of there. Back to the trail, back to my camp, back toward something resembling reality. But the hike back was a nightmare in itself. The darkness seemed absolute now, my flashlight beam a pathetic intrusion that only served to highlight how lost I still felt, both physically and existentially. Every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. Every snap of a twig sounded like an accusation. And the feeling that had begun shortly after the creature dissolved intensified. My skin didn't just feel loose, it felt slippery. Clammy, like I was constantly sweating, yet the air wasn't that warm. It felt as though the moisture wasn't coming from the air, but from me. I kept touching my arms, my face, feeling the unnatural dampness under my fingertips. And the crying that hadn't stopped. Tears streamed silently down my face, blurring my vision, dripping onto my shirt front. It wasn't emotional crying anymore. There was no sadness driving it, no grief I could identify. It was involuntary, mechanical, like a faulty faucet that couldn't be shut off. My eyes felt raw, puffy. When I finally stumbled back onto what looked like the main trail, wider, more defined, a wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. But the relief was short-lived. As I trudged the remaining mile or so back to my campsite, the physical sensations worsened. My clothes felt heavy, saturated, clinging unpleasantly. Beneath them, my skin felt disturbingly pliable, almost duffy. I pictured the squonk's ill-fitting hide, the way it seemed to hang on its frame, and a jolt of pure terror shot through me. Was I imagining it? Was this just shock, trauma, my mind manifesting the horror I'd witnessed? I reached my tent, ripped open the flap, and collapsed inside, fumbling to zip it shut against the oppressive darkness and the unseen things I now imagined lurking just beyond the thin nylon walls. I stripped off my damp clothes, hoping to feel better, but my skin underneath was just as clammy, glistening faintly in the weak beam of my headlamp. I ran my hands over my stomach, my chest. It felt baggy, loose, like there was too much of it for the person underneath. Panic began to claw its way up my throat. I tried to take deep breaths, tried to rationalize. Stress, dehydration, maybe, but the constant stream of tears contradicted that. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the squonk dissolving, heard its final, wretched wail. And I felt the dampness spreading, the insidious loosening. When dawn finally broke, painting the sky in bruised shades of gray and pink, I scrambled to pack my gear, driven by a desperate need to escape the forest. I didn't bother with breakfast. My throat felt thick, constricted. When I took down my tent, I noticed the ground beneath where I'd slept was darker than the surrounding area, damp, almost muddy, despite the lack of rain. A small puddle had formed near where my head had been. It smelled faintly of salt. The hike out felt endless. The physical discomfort was constant now. My skin chafed against my clothes, feeling perpetually waterlogged. Small, clear droplets beaded on my arms even when I wasn't sweating from exertion. And the tears flowed unabated, a silent, constant stream. I kept my head down, avoiding eye contact with the few other hikers I encountered closer to the trailhead, the terrified they would see the wrongness, the slow-motion disintegration happening to me. Since escaping the woods, it hasn't stopped. It's gotten worse. I made it home, locked myself in my apartment, but the forest's curse, the squonk's legacy came with me. My reflection is becoming horrifyingly unfamiliar. My face looks puffy, bloated, the skin sagging around my eyes and jawline. Those eyes are perpetually red-rimmed, leaking tears that splash onto the floor, onto my keyboard as I type this. Puddles form where I stand for too long, slick patches on the hardwood that smell of brine and sorrow. My clothes are always damp. My skin feels porous, waterlogged from the inside out. It hangs off my frame, loose and cool to the touch. I understand now. The legend wasn't just about the creature, it was a warning. The squonk didn't just dissolve out of shame, its condition, its overwhelming sorrow, is somehow transmissible. Maybe through proximity, maybe through the air itself around that puddle, maybe through pity. My fatal mistake wasn't just trying to capture it. It was feeling sorry for it, connecting with its misery on some fundamental level. I absorbed its state, its sadness, its physical affliction. It's contagious. I haven't left my apartment in days. Weeks. The passage of time is blurring much like my own features. The dampness is constant. The sound of my own quiet, involuntary weeping is a constant companion. Sometimes I catch my reflection and see not Liam Miller, but something grayish, formless, wart-like textures appearing on my increasingly loose skin. The horror is absolute, but it's mixed with a profound, crushing despair that feels both alien and intimately my own. It's the squonk's despair, living inside me, dissolving me from within. I don't know how much longer I have before I've dissolved completely. Before all that's left of Liam Miller is a weeping puddle on the floor of this apartment, smelling of salt and regret. I'm writing this down, hoping someone finds it, hoping someone understands. Don't go looking for legends in the deep woods. Don't approach the things that weep in the darkness. And whatever you do, don't feel sorry for them. Some sorrows are too deep, too vast. They drown you. They dissolve you. I can feel it happening now, a final loosening, a giving way. The edges are blurring. I think I'm dissolving. My name is Olivia Davis. At least, I think it is. Sometimes, lately even the simplest facts feel slippery, like trying to hold on to smoke. But I know I went camping. I know we went to Bald Eagle State Park in Center County, Pennsylvania. Just the five of us, me, Mark, Sarah, Ben, and Chilo. A classic friends getaway before summer officially surrendered to the crisp bite of autumn. We'd been planning it for months. A final hurrah under the stars, fueled by cheap beer and questionable campfire stories. Looking back, maybe the mistake started even before we got there. Maybe it was choosing Bald Eagle. Everyone knows the stories that cling to those woods, the whispers about things unseen, the weirdly large footprints found near the reservoir. Bigfoot territory, they call it. We laughed about it, of course. Ben, ever the skeptic, had a whole routine mocking the blurry photos and breathless eyewitness accounts. Mark played along, pretending to scan the tree line for hairy giants as we drove in, while Sarah just rolled her eyes, more concerned about whether she'd packed enough bug spray. Clue seemed quiet, gazing out the window, but Chlu was often quiet. I didn't think much of it then. I was too caught up in the promise of escape, of leaving behind the city noise and the low, great hum of anxiety that had become my constant companion. The drive itself was uneventful, filled with the usual road trip playlist battles and snack sharing. We arrived mid-afternoon, the sun filtering through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The air smelled clean, earthy, tinged with pine and damp leaves. We found our designated campsite easily enough, Site 42, nestled in a small clearing, reasonably secluded from the nearest neighbors, but not so isolated as to feel truly cut off. Perfect, we thought. Setting up camp was a familiar ritual. 5 tents popped up in a rough semicircle facing the fire pit, my little blue dome. Mark's slightly larger green one, Sarah's meticulously organized orange number, Ben's weathered gray tent that had seen better days, and Chloe's pale yellow one, almost blending in with the fallen leaves. We unrolled sleeping bags, inflated air mattresses, and set up the folding camp chairs, 5 of them, naturally around the stone-ringed fire pit. I remember counting them specifically as Ben wrestled one open, its canvas protesting loudly. 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 tents, 5 chairs, 5 people, everything accounted for. The initial dynamic was fine. Typical even. Mark and Ben immediately took charge of gathering firewood, their friendly competition echoing through the trees. Sarah meticulously arranged our food supplies in bear-proof containers, fretting over potential contamination. Chloe helped me lay out the sleeping bags inside the tents, her movements slow and deliberate, almost dreamlike. There were the usual undercurrents, of course. The lingering awkwardness between Sarah and Ben after their brief, disastrous attempt at dating last year. The way Mark sometimes looked at Clue when he thought no one was watching. My own internal static, that vague sense of being slightly out of sync with everyone else, a feeling I constantly tried to push down. But mostly, it felt normal, comfortable, the kind of easy camaraderie built over years of shared history. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and fiery orange, we got the fire going. The crackle and pop of burning logs became the heartbeat of our campsite, pushing back the encroaching shadows. We cooked hot dogs on sticks, burning them slightly, laughing as melted marshmallows dripped into the flames. The first beers were opened, conversations flowed, punctuated by laughter and the chirping of unseen insects. It was exactly what we'd hoped for. And thing it wasn't, I don't know exactly when the feeling started. It wasn't sudden, more like a slow creep, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that I initially dismissed as tiredness or the effect of the flickering firelight. We were sitting around the flames, the darkness now absolute beyond our small circle of light. The woods felt immense, pressing in on all sides, the tall trees silent sentinels in the night. I looked around the circle. Ben was telling a story, gesturing emphatically with his beer. Sarah was laughing, her head tilted back. Mark was poking the fire with a stick, sending sparks dancing into the air. Chlu sat slightly apart, nursing her drink, her face half hidden in shadow. And me, 5 of us. But my eyes kept drifting, scanning the spaces between them, the gaps in the circle. It felt incomplete, or maybe too complete. I did a quick head count, mentally ticking off names. Ben, Sarah, Mark, Chloe, Olivia. 5. Always 5. Yet, my gaze snagged on the edge of the firelight, near the path leading towards the dense woods behind Mark's tent. A flicker of movement, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper gloom. Probably just my imagination, fueled by the spooky setting and maybe one beer too many. I tried to shake it off, focusing back on Ben's story, but the unease wouldn't leave. It coiled in my gut, cold and persistent. I started watching the others more closely. Did Ben's laugh sound a little forced? Was Sarah's smile tighter than usual? Mark seemed preoccupied, his usual easygoing banter replaced by a quiet intensity as he stared into the flames. And Chloe was unnervingly still, her eyes wide and fixed on something just beyond the firelight, something I couldn't see. Then I started counting again, almost compulsively. Not just the people, but the faces illuminated by the dancing flames. 1 neck, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My breath hitched. I blinked, shaking my head slightly. The firelight flared, casting long, distorted shadows. I counted again slowly, deliberately pointing in my mind at each person. Ben, Sarah, Mark, Chloe, me. 5, only 5. But the impression lingered, strong and undeniable. A sixth face, half seen, ephemeral, hovering at the edge of my perception. It wasn't distinct, more like an afterimage. A trick of the light playing on the familiar features of my friends, twisting them into something other. Each face I looked at seemed subtly wrong. Mark's jawline seemed sharper, Ben's eyes deeper set. Sarah's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Chloe seemed almost translucent, and when I tried to picture my own face reflected in their eyes, I drew a blank. It was absurd. Ridiculous. 5 people, 5 chairs, 5 tents. Yet, the conviction grew and there was someone else here, sitting with us, watching. I hugged my knees tighter, pulling my jacket close, suddenly cold despite the warmth of the fire. The woods seemed to lean in closer, the darkness filled with imagined watchers. The rational part of my brain screamed that it was paranoia, suggestion, the power of the setting working on an already anxious mind. But another part, an older, more primal part, whispered that something was fundamentally wrong. The numbers didn't add up. There were 5 of us. But I kept counting 6. The number 6 echoed in my head, a silent, insistent drumbeat against the crackle of the fire and low murmur of Ben's ongoing story, which I wasn't really hearing anymore. 6. The wrongness of it settled deep in my bones. A chill that had nothing to do with the night air. My gaze flickered around the circle again, desperately trying to catch the illusion, to pinpoint the trick of light or shadow that was creating this phantom presence. Was it the way Chloe seemed to blend into the darkness behind her chair, or the unsettling stillness that had fallen over Mark, his profile stark against the flames, looking less like my friend and more like a carving? I told myself it was the woods. Bold Eagle State Park, Bigfoot territory. My mind was playing tricks, conjuring phantoms out of folklore and fatigue. It had to be, because the alternative, that there was genuinely an extra person sitting with us, unseen or unacknowledged by the others, was impossible, wasn't it? But the feeling wouldn't fade. It intensified, sharpening my senses. I noticed things I hadn't before. The way Ben's hand trembled slightly as he reached for another log, a tremor that seemed out of sync with his boisterous tone. The way Sarah kept glancing over her shoulder towards the black wall of trees behind her tent, her smile faltering for a split second each time. Even Mark, usually so grounded, seemed jumpy. He shifted in his seat, his eyes darting towards the path near his tent, the one I thought I'd seen movement on earlier. Only Chloe remained outwardly calm, but her stillness felt less like peace and more like absolute, frozen attention, as if she were listening intently to something none of the rest of us hear. Were they feeling it too? Or was my own rising panic making me project unease onto them? I had to know. But the words caught in my throat. How do you ask something like that? How do you voice a fear so irrational without sounding completely unhinged? I tried probing indirectly. Wow, it feels really crowded around this fire tonight, doesn't it? I offered, attempting a light laugh that came out strained. Ben snorted. Crowded. There are 5 of us live. Same as always. He gave me a slightly concerned look, the one that said he thought I was being weird again. Sarah chimed in, but though her voice lacked its usual conviction. Maybe it's just the woods pressing in. It does feel close tonight. She shivered, pulling her fleece tighter. Mark didn't say anything, just threw another log onto the fire with unnecessary force, sending a shower of embers skyward. Chloe remained silent, her gaze distant. Their reactions offered no confirmation, only deflected or dismissed. It made me feel isolated, adrift in my own terrifying perception. Maybe I was losing it. But the feeling of the sixth presence was so tangible, so real. It felt like an extra weight in the air, an unseen observer whose gaze prickled the back of my neck. I couldn't stand it anymore. The silence, the pretense, the gnawing certainty that something was deeply wrong. The words tumbled out before I could stop them, hushed but carrying clearly in the suddenly still night air. No. Seriously, guys, count. Just count how many people are here. Right now. My voice trembled slightly. Doesn't it feel like there are too many of us? Like there's someone else? Silence. Thick, heavy, suffocating silence, broken only by the snap of the fire. 4 pairs of eyes fixed on me. Disbelief warred with annoyance and a flicker of something else, fear, in their expressions. It was Ben who broke it, his voice tight with forced patience. Olivia, what are you talking about? We've been over this. There are 5 of us, 5 tents, 5 chairs, 5 people. Look. He gestured around the circle. Me 1, Sarah 2, Mark 3, Chlo 4, you 5C. 5, but... I started, then stopped. How could I explain the feeling, the persistent count of 6 in my head? Just humor me. Let's count off. Properly. A wave of reluctance washed over the group. Sarah looked uncomfortable. Mark scowled, kicking at a loose stone near the fire pit. Clue just watched her expression unreadable. This is ridiculous. Ben muttered, but he sighed. Fine. What M1? 2. Sarah said hesitantly, her eyes darting nervously towards me. 3. Mark grunted, his gaze fixed on the fire. A pause. Clue spoke, her voice soft, almost lost in the night. 4. All eyes turned to me. The firelight flickered across their faces, making them seem like strangers. My heart pounded. 5, I whispered. The number hung there, 5. The count was correct. Mathematically, logically, undeniably, there were only 5 of us. But it didn't feel right. The relief that should have washed over me wasn't there. Instead, the sense of the 6th presence intensified, mocking the simple arithmetic. It felt like the count itself was a lie, a performance we were all forced to participate in. And just like that, the atmosphere shattered. The easy camaraderie evaporated, replaced by a brittle tension. My friends looked at me differently now, not just with concern, but with suspicion. Had I deliberately tried to spook them? Was this some elaborate, unfunny prank? Or was I genuinely unstable? Their glances towards each other held unspoken questions. The trust, fragile to begin with perhaps, began to fray. Ben tried to laugh it off. 5. Told you. You're just spooked by the Bigfoot stories. Live. But his laugh was hollow and he didn't meet my eyes. Sarah busied herself rearranging the marshmallow bag, avoiding conversation. Mark lapsed back into silence, but now it felt brooding, almost hostile. Even Chloe seemed to withdraw further into herself. We sat there, trapped in the circle of firelight, the silence stretching, thick with unspoken accusations and burgeoning distrust. The focus had shifted. The potential strangeness of the woods was momentarily forgotten, overshadowed by the strangeness I had introduced into the group. I felt their suspicion like a physical weight. Maybe I was the problem. Maybe my anxiety had finally tipped over into full-blown paranoia, poisoning the trip for everyone. Then, a sound ripped through the night. A high-pitched screech, followed by a heavy thump deep in the woods behind Mark's tent. Not quite like any animal call I recognized. An elk, maybe. But it sounded distorted, wrong. Everyone froze, heads snapped up, eyes wide, peering into the impenetrable darkness beyond the fire's reach. What the hell was that? Ben breathed, his earlier skepticism forgotten. Sarah gripped his arm. Maybe just an animal. Mark stood up abruptly, his face grim. He grabbed the heavy-duty flashlight he always kept clipped to his belt. Sounded big, he said, his voice low and close. He took a step towards the path, towards the darkness where the sound had originated, towards the area where I thought I'd seen a shadow earlier, towards the spot my internal count kept placing the 6th person. My breath caught. The woods suddenly felt alive, watching, waiting. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and reach. The fragile sanity of our campsite felt like it was about to snap. Mark hesitated for just a second, flashlight beam cutting a nervous swath through the trees, before taking another determined step into the oppressive blackness. The wrongness I felt wasn't just in my head anymore. It was out there, in the woods, and Mark was walking right towards it. Mark melted into the wall of blackness beyond the firelight, the beam of his flashlight swallowed almost instantly. Silence descended again, heavier than before, pressing down on the four of us left huddled by the dying flames. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the slight breeze sounded unnaturally loud, amplified by our fear. We stared at the spot where he'd vanished, expecting something, the flashlight beam returning, his familiar silhouette stepping back into the light, maybe a sheepish explanation about a startled deer or a falling branch. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity. The fire popped, casting jittery shadows that seemed to mock our stillness. Ben kept glancing at his watch, his knuckles white where he gripped the armrests of his chair. Sarah chewed on her lip, her eyes wide and scanning the darkness obsessively. Chloe hadn't moved, but her head was cocked slightly, as if still listening to that distant, unsettling sound, or perhaps for Mark's return. And me. My own fear was a cold knot in my stomach, but it was tangled with a terrible, dawning conviction. The sixth presence. The wrongness I'd felt. It hadn't just been in my head. It was out there, in the woods, and Mark had walked right into it. Had it called to him? That screeching sound, had it been a lure? He should be back by now, Sarah whispered, her voice thin and reedy. Ben stood up, pacing agitatedly within the small circle of light. Mark! Yo! Mark! He yelled towards the trees. His voice sounded small, absorbed by the vast, indifferent forest. No answer. Only the echo of his own call seemed to mock him. He tried again, louder this time, cupping his hands around his mouth. Mark! Hands were M.E. Silence. Complete, unnerving silence from the direction Mark had gone. Panic began to set in sharp and metallic on the tongue. Something's wrong. Sarah choked out, tears welling in her eyes. We have to go look for him. Go in there. Ben gestured wildly at the impenetrable woods. After that noise, after everything Olivia said, are you crazy? His fear was quickly curdling into anger, and it was directed squarely at me. This is your fault! You and your creepy ghost stories, you freaked him out, freaked us all out! My fault. I shot back, stung. I just said what I felt. Maybe if you'd listened. Listened to what? Nonsense about extra people. Ben stepped towards me, his face contorted with fear and frustration. There was nothing wrong until you started counting. Stop it. Both of you. Sarah cried, jumping up. Fighting isn't going to help Mark. Suddenly, Chloe spoke, her voice airily calm amidst the rising hysteria. He's not coming back. We all stared at her. She looked directly at me, her eyes reflecting the firelight, deep and unnervingly knowing. The counting it made it notice. Made what notice? Ben demanded, rounding on her. Chloe just shook her head slowly, her gaze drifting back towards the empty path. It needed an anchor, or maybe it needed to balance the numbers. Her words made no literal sense, yet they sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. Balance the numbers. The my count. We didn't go looking for Mark. Fear paralyzed us. Ben's anger gave way to a pale, trembling dread. Sarah sobbed quietly into her hands. Chloe retreated back into her unnerving silence, and if I felt a strange, horrifying sense of inevitability. We stayed huddled by the fire, feeding it logs compulsively, as if the light were our only shield against whatever lurked just beyond its reach. We called Mark's name periodically, our voices growing hoarser and more hopeless with each attempt. There was never a reply. No sound of struggle, no shout for help. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed him whole. Dawn eventually broke, gray and unforgiving, revealing a campsite that felt profoundly violated. The woods looked ordinary in the daylight, just trees and undergrowth, birdsong starting up hesitantly. But the ordinariness felt like a lie, a thin veneer over the terror of the night. Mark's tent stood empty, his sleeping bag still inside. His chair sat vacant by the cold ashes of the fire pit. We packed up in a daze, the silence broken only by Sarah's occasional sniffles and the clatter of gear. No one spoke of Mark, not really. It was too soon, too raw, too terrifyingly inexplicable. As Ben shoved the last folded tent into his car trunk, his face gaunt and shadowed, he paused. He looked at Sarah, then Chloe, then me. His lips moved, almost involuntarily. Oniptwap 3-4, he murmured, his eyes flicking between us. Then his gaze fixed on the empty space where Mark should have been. He swallowed hard. Just 4. 4 of us left. The number felt stark brutal. But as Ben said it, a different realization washed over me, cold and sickening. 4 campers. But the lingering feeling wasn't one of emptiness. It was neutrality. The oppressive sense of an extra presence, the Phantom 6 that had haunted me all night, was gone. Completely gone. With Mark's disappearance, the count somehow felt settled, balanced. Relief flickered, faint and shameful. The wrongness was gone. There were 5 chairs, true, but now only 4 were occupied, and the feeling in the air matched. 4 people, but that relief felt horrifyingly hollow. The implications crashed down on me. Chow's words echoing balanced the numbers. Had the 6th entity I sensed taken Mark to restore some kind of paranormal equilibrium? Was Mark the price for my noticing, for my insistence on counting? Or was Mark the 6th person all along? Had he infiltrated our group somehow, an imposter hidden in plain sight, and his purpose fulfilled, he simply left? Maybe that screech wasn't a lure, but a signal for his departure. It would explain why he seemed so jumpy, why he went into the woods so readily. Then, the most disturbing thought wormed its way into my mind, chilling me to the core. I looked at the remaining 3, Sarah, Ben, Clue. Familiar faces, yet now tinged with the horror we'd shared. 5 tents, 5 chairs. We started as 5, now we were 4. But when I counted 6 faces in the firelight, whose face was the extra? Was it some unseen entity? Was it Mark? Or was it me? Maybe there were only ever meant to be 4 friends on that trip: Mark, Sarah, Ben, and Chloe. Maybe I was the anomaly, the inexplicable addition that made the numbers feel wrong from the start. Maybe my subconscious registered my own discordant presence, manifesting as the Phantom 6th. And maybe Mark's disappearance wasn't about him being taken or him being the entity. Maybe his vanishing was the terrible price required to correct my presence, reducing the group back to a semblance of the correct number, leaving 4 tangible people where 5N plus a phantom had sat. Now there are 4 of us, but the relief feels wrong, hollow. Did the extra 1 take Mark? Or was Mark the extra 1 all along? Or maybe the mistake wasn't noticing the extra person, but failing to realize until Mark was gone that I was the one who never truly belonged at that campfire. My name is Olivia Davis, I think. We drove away from Bald Eagle State Park, leaving Site 42 and Mark's empty chair behind. We filed a missing person report, of course. Told the rangers about the strange noise, about Mark going to investigate. We didn't mention anything about counting faces in the firelight. They wouldn't have believed us. Sometimes, I barely believe it myself. But I can't forget the feeling, the wrongness, the deadly mistake of counting, of pointing it out, of shattering whatever fragile balance existed in that circle of firelight, and the chilling uncertainty that remains. Was I the observer who noticed the extra guest? Or was I the ghost at the feast all along? The 6th chair sits empty in my memory, a constant, terrifying reminder. My name is James Robinson, or at least, that's the name stitched onto the faded collar of the jacket I sometimes find myself wearing, the one that smells faintly of mildew and something metallic, like old blood or rust. Sometimes, remembering my own name feels like grasping at smoke. The edges blur, the certainty fades, replace Big Well, replaced by him. But I'm getting ahead of myself. To understand the flickering light I see in every reflection, the clang of steel on rock that echoes my quietest moments, you need to understand the trip. You need to understand the mistake. It was October. Pennsylvania was putting on its usual spectacular show, hillsides ablaze with reds, oranges, and yellows under a crisp, impossibly blue sky. My buddies Mark, Liam, and I decided we needed one last proper camping trip before winter clamped down. We choose Keystone State Park, specifically the hillside campground in Westmoreland County. It felt remote enough, woodsy, the kind of place where you could build a roaring fire, crack open some beers, and forget about deadlines and spreadsheets for a few days. We envisioned crisp mornings, maybe some hiking around the lake, definitely some ghost stories around the fire. We got the ghost stories, all right? We just didn't realize they weren't meant to stay by the fire. The first couple of days were exactly what we'd hoped for. Perfect autumn weather, the smell of wood smoke and damp leaves thick in the air. We hiked a bit, fished less successfully, and mostly just relaxed, soaking in the feeling of being disconnected. On the second night, the conversation inevitably turned to local legends. Mark, ever the enthusiast for anything macabre, had done some research, which mostly meant scrolling through dubious local history forums on his phone before we lost signal. You guys know this whole area is riddled with old coal mines, right? He started poking the fire with a stick, ascending sparks spiraling into the twilight, like really old ones from the 1880s, early 1900s. Liam, always a skeptic but willing to play along, rolled his eyes. Yeah, so. Mark leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice even though we were miles from anyone else. They say some of them aren't exactly empty, especially the Salem mines. Salem number 1 and number 2, just up the ridge from here, apparently. He went on, spinning tales gleaned from those forums, stories of accidents, cave-ins, miners buried alive, the usual grim history that clings to old mining towns. But then came the creepier stuff. Tales of people hiking near the sealed entrances late at night reporting strange lights bobbing in the woods where no lights should be, the distant, echoing clang of pickaxes, even whispers carried on the wind. Ghostly miners, trapped forever, still working their shifts in the eternal dark. Some stories mention mules, the braying sound echoing unnaturally from the sealed earth. Mules were common in mines back then, poor beasts that lived and died underground. We laughed it off, mostly. It was standard campfire fodder. Spooky sure, but easily dismissed in the warm glow of the fire with a beer in hand. Probably just kids messing around, Liam offered. Or natural gas pockets igniting, swamp gas, I added. I tried to sound rational, authoritative. I've always been like that, needing the logical explanation, dismissing the fanciful. Maybe that was part of the problem. I saw myself as the grounded one, the one who wouldn't be spooked by shadows and stories. They say one of the entrances, Salem number 1, I think, isn't sealed that well. Mark continued, ignoring us. Just some old timbers and wire fence, mostly rotted away. People used to dare each other to sneak in. That's when the seed was planted. The dare. It wasn't immediate, but the idea lodged itself in my mind. The thrill-seeker part of me, the part that always pushes things a little too far, perked up. These guys thought I was just talk, the sensible one. I'd show them. The next day, fueled by leftover beers from the night before and a foolish sense of bravado, the topic resurfaced. We were lying by the lake, skipping stones. Mark brought up the mines again, half joking. Wonder if anyone's actually gone in recently. Probably collapse on you. Liam muttered, concentrating on finding the perfect flat stone. Bet Robinson wouldn't dare. Mark grinned, looking straight at me. Too sensible. That was it. The gauntlet thrown. My ego, stupid and fragile, flared up. You think. I tried to sound casual, but my heart rate ticked up. Sounds like a bit of boring history, crawling around in the dark. Chicken. Mark sang under his breath. All right, I snapped, standing up perhaps a bit too quickly. Fine. Where is this not-so-sealed entrance? Mark's grin widened. He pulled out a crumpled park map he'd grabbed from the ranger station, pointing to a vaguely marked area on the north ridge overlooking the campground. Somewhere up there. Trail goes near it, but the entrance itself is off-trail, supposedly hidden unless you know where to look. Liam looked uneasy. Dude, seriously. Those places are dangerous. Bad air, unstable roofs, it's stupid. He was right, of course. Every rational part of my brain screamed agreement. Old mines are death traps. But the dare, Mark's smirk, my own ridiculous pride that they drowned out the voice of reason. What's the worst that can happen? I scoffed, trying to project confidence I didn't entirely feel. I'll pop my head in, take a look, be back before you finish skipping pebbles. I decided then and there I'd go alone. More dramatic. More proof I wasn't scared. They tried half-heartedly, to talk me out of it, but I think they were also morbidly curious. Mark gave me vague directions gleaned from his online sources. I grabbed my good headlamp from my tent, one of those bright lid ones, told them I'd be back in an hour or two, and headed off towards the ridge, ignoring the knot tightening in my stomach. The hike up was steeper than I expected. The woods grew denser, the cheerful autumn sunlight struggling to penetrate the canopy. The air felt heavier here, stiller. I found the faint side trail Mark mentioned, barely more than a deer path, and followed it, pushing through tangled underbrush. The sense of being watched began to creep in, the normal forest sounds seeming to fade, replaced by an expectant silence. I told myself it was just nerves, the power of suggestion from those stupid ghost stories. Then I saw it, tucked back against a steep, moss-covered rock face, almost swallowed by rhododendron bushes, was a dark opening. It wasn't large, maybe 5 feet high. Rotting timbers framed the entrance, sagging precariously. A few strands of rusted barb were hung loosely across it, clearly breached long ago. A faded, barely legible sign nailed to one of the timbers reading Dangiar Mini Shafti Kaip OT. The air wafting from the opening was cool, damp, and carried a peculiar smell, earthy, like wet stone in decay, but with an underlying mineral tang. Coal dust. It smelled old, profoundly old. This had to be it. Salem #1. My heart was pounding now, a mixture of fear and exhilaration. This was stupid. This was reckless. Liam's warnings about bad air and collapse echoed in my head. But turning back now, admitting defeat to Mark, no chance. I switched on my headlamp. The bright white beam cut into the oppressive darkness, illuminating maybe 10 feet of rough-hewn tunnel. The walls dripped moisture, glistening in the light. The floor was uneven rock and mud. It looked exactly like what it was, a hole in the ground. A dangerous, forgotten hole. Taking a deep breath, forcing down the apprehension, I ducked under the sagging timbers and stepped inside. The transition was immediate. The sounds of the forest vanished, replaced by a profound, subterranean silence, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water somewhere deeper in, and the sound of my own ragged breathing. The beam of my headlamp seemed simultaneously too bright and utterly inadequate, carving a small circle of clarity in an infinite, oppressing blackness. I took a few tentative steps forward. It was just a tunnel. Damp rock, the persistent smell of coal dust and decay, the feeling of immense weight overhead. I didn't see anything spectacular, nothing out of the ordinary for an abandoned mine shaft. No ghostly lights, no spectral figures, no echoing pickaxes. Just me, my light, and the dark. That was my mistake. Thinking the danger was the mine itself, the physical threats. Thinking that because I didn't see anything down there, I was fine. I spent maybe 15, 20 minutes inside, not venturing too far, just satisfying the dare, soaking in the forbidden atmosphere. The real horror didn't start in the darkness of the Salem mine. It started the moment I stepped back out into the sunlight, thinking I had conquered some local legend. It started when I brought something back with me, something I couldn't see, but something that now stares back from my own reflection. Stepping back out from the mine entrance felt like being reborn, but into a world slightly askew. The sunlight seemed unnaturally bright after the absolute blackness, making me squint, my eyes watering. The air, thick with the scent of living woods and decaying leaves, felt both fresh and somehow then compared to the dense, ancient atmosphere inside. I took a few deep breaths, shaking off a residual disorientation. Relief washed over me first, relief that I had encountered unstable ground, bad air, or worse, gotten lost. Relief that I had faced the dare and emerged unscathed. Or so I thought. I practically bounded down the ridge trail, fueled by adrenaline and ego. When I got back to the lake, Mark and Liam looked up expectantly. Well, Mark prompted, tossing a pebble into the water. Piece of cake, I announced, puffing my chest out slightly. Just a dark, damp hole in the ground. Bit spooky, sure, but no ghosts, no mystery lights. Guess your internet legends are just stories, after all. I conveniently left out the oppressive atmosphere and the undeniable sense of age and sorrow that permeated the place. No need to give them any ammunition. Mark looked slightly disappointed, probably hoping for a more dramatic tale. Liam just shook his head, muttering, "Still stupid. Glad you're not dead, though." The rest of the day passed uneventfully, almost deliberately normally. We packed up our fishing gear, sat around the campsite, finished the last of the beers as dusk settled. But as darkness fell, a faint unease lingered at the edge of my consciousness. I kept finding myself glancing towards the dark ridge overlooking the campground, half expecting to see a flickering light among the trees. I told myself it was just my imagination, amplified by the campfire stories and my recent excursion. That night, sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the tent fabric, every rustle in the leaves outside sounded amplified. Sometime in the dead of night, I jolted awake. I thought I'd heard a distinct clang, metallic and sharp, echoing from far away. It sounded like metal striking rock. I lay there, heart pounding, straining my ears. Nothing. Just the chirping of crickets and the gentle sight of the wind through the pines. Must have been dreaming, or maybe another campsite further away. I forced myself back to sleep, dismissing it. The drive home the next day was mostly quiet. We were tired, content, ready for proper showers. Liam drove, Mark dozed in the passenger seat, and I sat in the back, watching the Pennsylvania hills roll by. In one of those quiet stretches, listening to the drone of the tires on the highway, I heard again. Faint, but unmistakable this time. The rhythmic clanging, and something else like a strained, mournful sound, like a donkey's bray, but distorted, echoing as if from a vast, enclosed space. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, leaning forward. Mark mumbled something unintelligible, half asleep. Liam glanced at the rearview mirror. Hear what? Truck backfiring, no, light hammering, and an animal sound like a mule. Liam frowned. Didn't hear anything, man. Maybe turn the radio up. He hadn't heard it. A cold knot formed in my stomach. It wasn't outside the car. It was, somehow, inside my head. I tried to dismiss it, tried to focus on the passing scenery, but the sounds lingered, fading in and out for the rest of the drive. Phantom echoes of a place I was supposed to have left behind. Once, glancing at the side mirror, I thought I saw the reflection of the tree's warp for a split second. A flicker of yellow light where the sun's glare should have been. I blinked, and it was gone. Nerves. Lack of sleep. Back in my apartment, the silence was deafening. After the constant background noise of the woods and the highway, the stillness felt unnatural heavy. As I unpacked my camping gear, the smell of damp earth and wood smoke clinging to the fabric, I heard the clanging again. Clearer now. Clang, clang, clang. Rhythmic, deliberate. It sounded like it was coming from just outside my window. I rushed over, pulled back the blinds. Nothing. Just the empty street below, bathed in the late afternoon sun. The sound stopped the moment I looked. That was just the beginning. The auditory hallucinations became my unwelcome companions. The clanging pickaxe, the mournful braying of the mule, they'd arrive without warning, usually when I was alone or during moments of quiet concentration. At work, staring at my computer screen, lying in bed at night. Sometimes a faint whisper seemed to ride on the sounds, words I couldn't quite make out. I started sleeping with headphones on, playing music constantly, anything to drown out the echoes from the mine. My colleagues noticed my jumpiness, my distraction. "Rough weekend, Robinson?" My boss asked, noticing the dark circles under my eyes. I just nodded, forcing a smile. How could I explain I was being haunted by the ghost of a coal mine? Then came the reflections. It started subtly, easily dismissed. A flicker in my peripheral vision as I walked past a shop window. A momentary distortion in the polished surface of my toaster. Then, one morning, it happened undeniably. I was standing in front of the bathroom mirror, shaving. I glanced up, and for a horrifying split second, the face staring back wasn't mine. It was gaunt, unnaturally pale beneath streaks of black grime, coal dust. The eyes were wide, sunken, filled with a desperate exhaustion. The cheekbones jutted sharply, but the most terrifying detail was perched on its forehead, right where my own reflection should be, the mistakable shape of an old miner's carbide lamp, emitting a sickly, flickering yellow light that seemed to illuminate the spectral face from within. My blood ran cold. I recoiled, dropping my razor. It clattered into the sink. I looked back, heart hammering against my ribs. My own face stared back, pale and wide-eyed, but undeniably mine. No lamp, no coal dust. I splashed cold water on my face, my hands shaking. Lack of sleep, stress, power of suggestion. It had to be. I'd read about old mines having pockets of methane, carbon dioxide, other gases. Bad air. The park ranger probably would have called it if I'd asked. Maybe I'd breathed something in, something that was causing temporary neurological effects. It seemed plausible, rational, a lifeline to cling to. But the bad air theory felt increasingly thin as the days turned into weeks. Would bad air explain the specific? Recurring image of the miner, the flickering lamp, would explain the sounds, the clanging, the mules that hadn't started until after I left the mine. And it certainly didn't explain the other growing sensation, the constant, oppressive feeling of being deep underground. Even sitting in my brightly lit office or walking outside on a sunny day, I'd suddenly feel it, a crushing pressure in my chest, the air growing thick and damp, the phantom smell of coal dust and wet rock filling my nostrils. The light would seem to dim, the ambient sounds fading, replaced by that subterranean silence, broken only by the distant, maddening clang, clang, clang. It felt like the mine was overlaying itself onto my reality, a ghostly blueprint I couldn't escape. The reflections became more frequent, more persistent. A glimpse in a car window, the dark screen of my phone, a puddle on the sidewalk. Always the same gaunt, coal-streaked face. Always the flickering carbide lamp where my own features should be. It wasn't just a hallucination. It felt like an imposition, like something was fighting to look out through my eyes. Is this what psychological decline feels like? Or is it something worse? Is he trying to get out? Or is he trying to show me where I truly am now? Deep underground, in the dark, with the echoes and the flickering lamp, forever. The rational explanations were crumbling, leaving only the terrifying possibility that I hadn't left the Salem mine alone. Part of it, or one of its long-lost occupants, had hitched a ride, and he was starting to make himself at home in my reflection. Time lost its meaning. Days bled into nights, marked only by the intensity of the clanging, the mournful cries of the phantom mules, and the suffocating weight of tons of rock that wasn't there. My apartment became my tomb, my self-imposed mine shaft. I stopped answering the phone when Mark or Liam called, their worried voices sounding distant, unreal, like broadcasts from a world I no longer inhabited. Work became an impossibility. The fluorescent lights hummed with the same frequency as the phantom pickaxe, and every reflective surface, computer screens, windows, even a polished desktop held the potential for him to stare back. I quit before they could fire me, retreating into the perceived safety of my four walls. But there was no safety. The haunting intensified, feeding on my isolation and fear. I took down the bathroom mirror, taped cardboard over the mirrored closet doors, avoided windows after dark. It didn't matter. His reflection started appearing in places. I couldn't control the dark surface of my cold coffee, the curve of a spoon, the blank screen of the television. Once, horrifyingly, I caught the flicker of that damned-eyed lamp reflected in the unblinking eye of my own cat just before it darted away. Spooked by something only we could see, the feeling of being underground became almost constant. My apartment, despite the locked windows and stale air, felt perpetually damp, chilly. The phantom smell of coal dust and stagnant water was my constant companion. Sometimes, the illusion was so complete that the textured paint of my living room wall would seem to shimmer and resolve into glistening, dark rock face, dripping with moisture. I'd hear the scrape of boots on stone behind me, the snort and stamp of the mules, the rhythmic clang, clang, clang echoing not distantly, but right beside my ear. I'd collapse onto the carpet, convinced I was back in the Salem mine, the darkness pressing in, expecting a cave-in at any moment. I tried fighting back in my own fragmented way. I spent hours online, hunched over my laptop, the screen dimmed, angled to minimize reflection, frantically searching for information about the Salem mines. I found old newspaper archives detailing accidents, cave-ins, lists of the dead from a collapse in 1912. So many names, so many forgotten souls swallowed by the earth. Was he one of them? Did giving him a name matter? I found grainy photographs of miners from that era, their faces grim, smeared with coal dust, carbide lamps fixed to their soft caps. Any one of them could have been him. But knowing their history didn't stop the haunting. It only gave it context, a deeper, more tragic resonance. I considered going back, driving to Keystone State Park, finding that damned hole in the ground again. Why? To apologize, to confront whatever entity resided there, to seal the entrance properly myself. The thought filled me with such paralyzing terror that I couldn't even stomach looking at a map of Pennsylvania. The mine wasn't just a place anymore. It was a state of being, and it was inside me now. One rain-slicked evening, desperate and sleep-deprived, I did the one thing I'd been avoiding. I retrieved a small hand mirror I'd missed in my purge, one I kept in my desk drawer. My hands trembled as I lifted it. I needed to see him, to confront him, to prove he was real or that I was truly insane. I stared into the glass. At first, only my own haggard face looked back pale, eyes bloodshot, stubble shadowing my jaw. Then, the shift began. Like a developing photograph, my features faded, replaced by the familiar gauntness, the coal-streaked pallor. The flickering yellow light of the carbide lamp seemed to push forward, casting airy shadows. His eyes, sunken and dark, locked onto mine. There was no malice in them, only a profound, bottomless exhaustion and perhaps recognition. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. The reflection didn't speak. Its lips didn't move. But a voice echoed in my head, ancient and wary, layered over the incessant clanging. Trapped. Dark. Shift never ends. Terror surged through me. I wasn't just seeing him, I was hearing his thoughts, feeling his eternal, subterranean despair. This wasn't just a haunting, it was emerging, a slow, horrifying override of my own consciousness. He wasn't trying to get out, he was pulling me in. I screamed and hurled the mirror against the wall. It shattered, sending shards flying, but as I looked at the pieces scattered on the floor, each tiny fragment reflected the same image, each, the miner's face, the flickering lamp, multiplied 100 times over, staring back from the wreckage. There was no escape. The final break happened not long after. I don't remember it clearly, the timeline is fractured now, like the shattered mirror. I remember the underground feeling being absolute. My apartment was the mine. The walls wept moisture. The air was thick with the taste of coal dust. The clanging was deafening. I felt the cold stone beneath my hands and knees, though I was on my own carpet. I heard the mules braying frantically behind me, the rumble of shifting rock overhead. Panic clove in my throat. I had to get out. I had to reach the surface. They found me clawing at the drywall, convinced it was a rockfall blocking the tunnel exit, babbling about the lamps going out. The foreman's shouts lost in the roar. My fingernails were torn and bleeding. I don't remember the paramedics, the flashing lights, only the brief, confusing transition before the walls became soft and white. So, now I sit here. They call it dissociation, psychosis triggered by stress, and possibly, they concede, exposure to noxious gases in that mine. They give me pills that dull the edges but don't stop the core of it. They encourage me to write, to process the trauma. So I write this down, this testimony, this warning. They tell me I'm getting better. They say the mine was just a catalyst for a pre-existing condition. They are kind, patient, but their eyes hold a clinical detachment. They don't understand. They can't see what I see. It's the reflections they can't explain. Even here, in this place designed for calm and healing, he finds me. I see him in the polished floor tiles, in the window pane overlooking the sterile garden, in the clear water they give me with my medication. Sometimes I catch it in the eyes of the orderlies or the doctor when they lean in close just for a fraction of a second, the flicker of that small, ghostly flame where their pupils should be. They think I'm James Robinson, recovering from a breakdown. But sometimes, when I catch my own gaze in an unguarded moment, in the reflection of a water glass just before I drink, I see him, the gaunt face, the coal-streaked skin, the wary eyes. And perched on the forehead, casting its sickly yellow light out into the world from behind my eyes, is the miner's lamp. It flickers, unwavering. The shift never ends. My deadly mistake wasn't just going into that mine. It was thinking I ever truly left. My name is Ethan Clark. Just Ethan. Yeah, I know, sounds pretty average, right? That's kind of the point, I guess. Or it used to be. Lately, average feels like a luxury I can't afford. I'm telling you this well. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe it's a warning. Maybe it's a confession, though I doubt anyone would believe the whole truth. Maybe I'm just trying to piece it together myself, trying to draw a straight line from then to now, even though everything feels fractured, distorted. It all goes back to that damned camping trip in Pennsylvania, the Poconos. Sounds idyllic, doesn't it? Trees, mountains, fresh air. That's what I was after. An escape. Turns out, I escaped right into something else entirely. Something that followed me home. It was last fall. The leaves were turning, painting the hillsides in those fiery bursts of red and gold you only see on postcards. I needed a break from the city. The noise, the relentless pressure of my job. Just a few days unplugged, hiking, maybe building a campfire, sleeping under the stars, or at least under nylon. I'd heard about the hiking trails in Monroe County, specifically around the Paradise Valley area near Cresco. Beautiful, rugged terrain, people said. Less crowded than some of the more popular spots. Perfect. While researching trails online, clicking through obscure hiking blogs and forums, I stumbled upon it, Devil's Hole. The name alone snagged my attention. It wasn't on any official park maps, more like a local legend whispered about online. Descriptions were vague, contradictory. Some called it an old stone ruin, maybe a hunting lodge or an old mill that burned down. Others spun darker tales, mentioning prohibition, era speakeasies hidden deep in the woods, illicit dealings, maybe even violence. Fires and floods were mentioned too, nature reclaiming its own with brutal efficiency. The most persistent rumor, the one that really hooked me, was that the place was just off. Unsettling. Hikers reported feeling watched, experiencing sudden drops in temperature even on warm days, hearing whispers on the wind that weren't just the rustling of leaves. Naturally, I was intrigued. Not because I believed in ghosts or anything. I'm a rational guy, or I try to be, but because of the mystery. An abandoned ruin, steeped in local lore, hidden off the beaten path. It sounded like the perfect destination for a memorable hike, something more adventurous than just following marked trails. It felt like discovering a secret. I found some rough coordinates, descriptions of landmarks to look for, a specific bend in the creek, an unusually large cluster of rhododendrons. It wouldn't be easy to find, which only added to the appeal. The drive up was fine, standard Pocono scenery. Rolling hills, quaint little towns, the air getting crisper as I gained elevation. I set up my campsite in a designated area, a few miles from where I estimated the trail to Devil's Hole began. The first night was peaceful. Just the crackle of the fire, the chirping of crickets, the vast, silent canopy of stars overhead. Exactly what I'd wanted. The next morning, I packed a day bag, water, snacks, first aid kit, compass, the printouts with the vague directions, and set off. The initial part of the hike followed a reasonably clear path along a bubbling creek, the water clear and cold, tumbling over moss-covered rocks. The woods were beautiful, sunlight filtering through the thinning canopy, the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves rich in the air. It was peaceful, invigorating. But after about an hour, I had to leave the marked trail and head deeper into the woods, using the creek as my guide. The terrain immediately became more challenging. The undergrowth was thick, thorny bushes snagged at my clothes, and fallen trees forced me into detours. The incline grew steeper. The sounds of the forest changed too. The cheerful bubbling of the creek seemed lower, more guttural. The bird song faded, replaced by an expectant silence, broken only by the snap of twigs under my boots and my own increasingly heavy breathing. It was subtle at first, that feeling. The kind of prickle on the back of your neck that makes you glance over your shoulder, expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. Just trees, endless trees, standing like silent sentinels. The woods felt older here, denser. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to shift and writhe in my peripheral vision. I told myself it was just my imagination, the isolation, the evocative name of my destination playing tricks on my mind. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger the deeper I went. It wasn't just the feeling of being watched, but of being assessed, measured. After what felt like hours, scrambling over rocks and pushing through thickets, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, I perched on a slight rise overlooking the creaking stone walls. Gray, weathered, partially reclaimed by vines and moss. The Devil's Hole ruins. My first impression was one of profound stillness. The air here felt heavy, stagnant. The ruins themselves were larger than I'd expected, though heavily dilapidated. Sections of wall stood defiant, while others had crumbled into piles of rock. The most striking feature, visible even from a distance, was a massive central chimney structure, oddly featuring two distinct fireplaces back to back. Why build something like that way out here? It spoke of gatherings, of people seeking warmth. But the scale felt excessive for a simple lodge. The speakeasy rumors suddenly seemed more plausible. I approached cautiously. The silence was unnerving. No birds, no squirrels rustling in the leaves. Just the low murmur of the creek below and the sound of my own heartbeat drumming in my ears. Walking among the crumbling walls felt like trespassing, not just on property, but on time itself. I ran my hand over the cool, damp stones, imagining the hands that had laid them, the lives lived within these walls. Fires, floods, hidden bars, what secrets did this place hold? Inside the main structure, the ground was uneven, littered with debris, broken glass, rusted metal fragments, chunks of mortar. The double fireplace dominated the space, its stones blackened by soot from countless fires, long since extinguished. Standing there, I felt a palpable chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. The feeling of being watched intensified tenfold. It felt like eyes were peering from the empty window sockets, from the dark corners where shadows pulled like ink. I kept turning around, scanning the trees, the broken walls, finding nothing but decay and silence. Yet, the pressure was undeniable. I spent maybe half an hour exploring, poking around the different sections, trying to map the layout in my head. Another smaller, almost completely collapsed structure stood nearby, its purpose impossible to guess. The whole place radiated a sense of melancholy, of abandonment, but underscored by something else. Something watchful, resentful, maybe. It was down by the creek bed, just below the main ruin, that I saw it. Partially lodged between two larger rocks, washed smooth by the water, was a stone unlike the others. It was dark, almost black, and felt strangely heavy for its size. But what caught my eye was the carving. It wasn't natural erosion. Faint, intricate lines covered one surface, geometric patterns mixed with something that looked almost like winding tendrils or roots. It was bizarre, primitive looking, yet clearly artificial. A relic from who knew when. Maybe part of the original structure, maybe something older still. Without really thinking, driven by that collector's impulse, that desire for a tangible piece of the mystery, I picked it up. It felt cool and smooth in my palm, the carving slightly raised against my skin, a perfect, unique souvenir. This is it, I thought. Proof I was here. A memento of the strange, forgotten place called Devil's Hole. I told myself it was just a rock. An interesting rock, sure, but just a rock. I slipped it into my pocket. As I did, my gaze caught something else just a few feet away, half buried in the mud and gravel at the creek's edge. A glint of metal. It wasn't large, maybe the size of my fist, dark and corroded, with an odd shape I couldn't quite make out. Looked like old iron, maybe part of a tool or a hinge washed down from the ruins. For a split second, I considered digging it out too. Another piece of the puzzle, but the carved stone already felt significant somehow enough. Besides, the metallic thing looked heavy, dirty, and honestly, less interesting than the stone. I dismissed it, turning my attention back to that I needed to take to get out of there. The feeling of being watched hadn't lessened, and suddenly I was eager to leave. Clutching the stone in my pocket, its unfamiliar texture a constant reminder, I scrambled back up the embankment and started the long hike back. The woods seemed darker now, the silence more profound. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sounded amplified menacing. I didn't look back at the ruins. I just wanted to get back to the marked trail, back to my campsite, back to normalcy. But I had the distinct, chilling impression that something born of stone and shadow and forgotten secrets was letting me leave, but not entirely letting me go. The weight in my pocket felt heavier than just a stone. Getting back to the marked trail felt like surfacing after holding my breath underwater for too long. The woods still felt quiet, maybe too quiet, but the clear path and the occasional blaze marker on a tree offered a comforting illusion of order, of civilization reclaiming the wild. The oppressive weight of being watched lessened, though it didn't vanish entirely. It felt more distant now, like whatever resided in those ruins was content, for the moment, to observe from afar. I practically jogged the last mile back to my car, parked near the official trailhead, the carved stone a solid, undeniable lump in my pocket. I tossed my pack onto the passenger seat, slid behind the wheel, and locked the doors, letting out a shaky breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Relief washed over me, cool and immediate. It was just a creepy place, I told myself. Old ruins, local legends, and overactive imagination fueled by isolation. Nothing more. The stone was just a rock. A weird rock, yeah, but geology can be strange. The drive back towards civilization started normally enough. I turned the radio on, needing the noise to fill the silence, to chase away the lingering echoes of the ruins. But reception was patchy out here. Static hissed and popped, occasionally coalescing into fragments of music or talk shows before dissolving back into white noise. At one point, driving through a particularly dense stretch of forest, as dusk began to settle, the static crackled violently, and I could have sworn I heard, just for a second, beneath the noise, a low murmur, like whispering voices just below the threshold of understanding. I fiddled with the dial, found a clear station playing classic rock, and cranked the volume, dismissing the sound as radio interference, nothing more. Still, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something keeping pace in the deepening shadows between the trees lining the road. Fatigue, I told myself. Long hike. Back in my apartment, miles away from the Poconos, life initially clicked back into its familiar rhythm. The city noise, the traffic, the emails, it all felt blessedly mundane after the unsettling quiet of Devil's Hole. I took the stone out of my pocket and examined it under the lamplight. The carvings were definitely strange, unlike anything I'd ever seen. Not Native American, not colonial something else. It had an undeniable presence. I hesitated about where to put it. Leaving it out felt conspicuous. Eventually, I placed it on the bookshelf in my living room, nestled between a couple of thick history books. A conversation piece, I rationalized. A reminder of an adventurous hike. For a few days, maybe even a week, things were fine. The memory of the ruins started to fade, softened by distance and the routine of daily life. The unease I'd felt seemed like an overreaction, a spooky story I'd temporarily bought into. Then the little thing started. My coffee maker, barely 6 months old, sputtered and died mid-brew. Annoying but replaceable. Then my keys vanished. I always put them in the bowl by the door. Searched the apartment for an hour, retracing my steps, getting increasingly frustrated, before finally finding them inside the refrigerator, next to the milk carton. No memory of putting them there. Weird, but maybe I was just distracted. A few days later, I tripped on a perfectly flat stretch of sidewalk, stumbling hard, only barely catching myself before pitching into the street. Shook me up, ripped my jeans. Coincidence, right? Everyone has clumsy moments. But the coincidences started piling up. Light bulbs burned out days after being replaced. My laptop began crashing inexplicably, losing chunks of work. A pipe under the kitchen sink suddenly sprang a leak overnight, flooding the floor. These weren't major catastrophes, more like a relentless series of frustrating, costly inconveniences. A string of bad luck. I told people who asked why I seemed so stressed. just a rough patch. But alongside the bad luck came other things. Fleeting movements glimpsed out of the corner of my eye, a shadow stretching too long, a flicker of darkness in a well-lit room. When I turned to look, there was never anything there. I started hearing sounds at night, faint scratching noises, like fingernails on drywall, coming from just beyond my bedroom wall. Sometimes a soft whisper, too indistinct to make out any words. Seeming to come from the empty hallway outside my door, I checked the locks obsessively, told myself it was the old building settling, mice in the walls, the wind, standard apartment noises. Yet the sounds felt intentional, and the feeling returned. That specific, skin-crawling sensation of being watched. It wasn't constant like it had been at the ruins, but it would descend unexpectedly, often when I was alone in my apartment, especially at night. A heavy stillness would fall over the room, the air growing cold, and I'd feel eyes on the back of my neck. I'd whip around, heart pounding, but the room would be empty. Just me, the furniture, the bookshelf, and the stone. My gaze kept drifting towards it, the dark, a carved stone sitting silently amidst my books. It seemed smug, inert yet somehow potent. The bad luck, the strange occurrences, the feeling of being watched, it all started after I brought it home. It had to be the stone, a cursed object plucked from a place called Devil's Hole. It fit the narrative, didn't it? Take something from a haunted place, invite trouble. It was a classic horror trope, almost comforting in its familiarity compared to the formless dread that was starting to consume me. Blaming the stone felt concrete, understandable. A problem with a potential solution, get rid of the stone. I started telling friends, cautiously at first, about the weird vibe, of the ruins and the run of bad luck. I had since pocketing this interesting souvenir. I'd show them the stone, point out the strange carvings. Most laughed it off, told me I was being superstitious. A couple looked uneasy, told me maybe I should get rid of it, just in case. Talking about it, focusing the blame on the stone, felt like a release valve, a way to frame the creeping horror in manageable terms. It became my story. My camping trip in Pennsylvania was a mistake. I took this cursed rock. But deep down, a colder fear was taking root. Because sometimes, late at night, when the scratching sounds seemed louder and the shadows in the corners of my room seemed deeper, darker, another memory would surface, unbidden. The glint of metal by the creek bed. Dark, corroded iron, half buried in the mud. An object I had noticed, dismissed, and left behind. If the stone was the problem, why did the unease start before I even picked it up? Why did the woods feel hostile on the hike in? And why, when I tried to focus on the stone as the sole source of my misfortune, did I get the nagging feeling that I was lying? Not just to others, but to myself. The bad luck wasn't lessening. If anything, it was intensifying. The shadows weren't just in my peripheral vision anymore. Sometimes I'd see a tall, dark shape standing motionless down the hall, only to vanish when I blinked or turned on a light. The whispers were becoming clearer, though still unintelligible, coalescing into sibilant murmurs just beyond my hearing. And sometimes, faintly carried on the air when the furnace kicked off or the wind blew just right, I'd catch a whiff of something else. Something acrid, like burnt wood, and underneath that, a faint, sickly sweet smell, like something rotten. Getting rid of the stone seemed like the obvious answer. Take it back, maybe, or just throw it away. But a paralyzing dread gripped me whenever I considered it. What if it made things worse? What if it wasn't just the stone? The feeling of being watched was now almost constant, a low hum of anxiety beneath the surface of everyday life. Sleep offered little escape, filled with fractured dreams of crumbling stone walls, dark woods, and the glint of something metallic just beneath the surface of dark, rushing water. The rational explanations felt increasingly flimsy, threadbare excuses covering a chasm of encroaching terror. The story I told myself, the lie about the cursed stone, wasn't holding anymore. Something was terribly wrong, and I suspected the stone was only the beginning. The real mistake felt buried deeper, still waiting in the mud and shadows of Devil's Hole. Or maybe somehow, it wasn't there anymore. Maybe I hadn't left everything behind after all. Like the lie crumbled the night the whispering stopped being noise and became words. It wasn't a gradual shift. It was like a switch flipped. One moment, the familiar, unintelligible Caesarus haunting the edges of my hearing. The next, a clear, a dry voice rasping directly into my ear. Even though I was alone, huddled in the center of my bed, lights blazing against the oppressive dark. "Found you," it whispered, the sound like dry leaves skittering across concrete. Then, just as suddenly, silence. But not the peaceful kind. It was the silence of a predator that has finally cornered its prey, the deafening quiet before the strike. That's when I knew. Knew the stone wasn't the whole story. Knew the convenient narrative I'd spun for myself and others was just papering over a deeper, more rotten truth. The smell came next, or rather, it intensified, becoming almost unbearable. That faint scent of burnt wood and decay blossomed into a thick, cloying miasma that clung to the back of my throat. It wasn't always there, but it would roll in without warning. Sometimes faint, it's sometimes strong enough to make my eyes water. It smelled like an old house fire extinguished with swamp water, thick with the stench of wet, charred timbers, and something else, something vaguely organic, putrid. The smell of something long dead and disturbed. No air, freshener could touch it. Opening windows only seemed to invite it in more strongly. And the tall shadow I'd glimpsed down the hall. It stopped vanishing when I blinked. It would linger now, a dark, man-shaped silhouette, impossibly tall and thin, lacking any discernible features but radiating a coldness that leached the warmth from the room. It never moved, never approached, just stood, watching, waiting. Its presence was a constant pressure, a crushing weight on my sanity. The bad luck didn't stop, but it felt secondary now, almost trivial compared to the direct, personal torment. This wasn't about cursed objects anymore. This was about being haunted, claimed by something tied to that ruin, to that place. Right, the truth. I have to say it, if only to scrape away the layers of self-deception. That glint of metal by the creek bed at Devil's Hole, the corded iron thing I told myself I'd left behind. I lied. Even as I write this, the admission feels like another betrayal, another layer of grime added to my soul. I did pocket the stone first, rationalizing it as just a souvenir. But as I stood to leave, that feeling of being watched, that sense of hidden history, it urged me back. The metallic object seemed important, more significant than the stone. It wasn't a snap decision like with the carved rock. This felt like a compulsion. I knelt back down, dug my fingers into the cold mud, and pulled it free. It wasn't a tool, not exactly. It was heavy, colder than the surrounding earth, made of blackened iron or some similar metal. Roughly fist-sized, as I'd initially guessed, but the shape was bizarre. Part of it looked like a twisted, gnarled root or branch, crudely rendered in metal, while another part resembled a broken gear or cog, its teeth jagged and sharp. But the most disturbing feature was a series of deep, irregular gouges marring its surface, almost like tally marks, or perhaps claw marks, scraped deep into the metal by incredible force. Holding it felt wrong. A deep, resonant cold seeped into my hand, carrying with it a flicker of imagery, flashes of firelight on sweating faces, the clink of glasses, a sudden burst of violence, dark water rushing over stone. Prohibition speakeasy, maybe. But the feeling was older, darker than just illicit boosts and gangsters. It felt like an anchor, something tethering a deep, old anger to that place. I shoved it into the other pocket of my jacket, separate from the stone, a heavier, colder secret. I told myself on the hike back, on the drive home, that it was just another artifact. Maybe part of an old moonshine still or some logging equipment. But I knew even then that I was lying. The stone felt weird, maybe unlucky. The metallic object felt malignant. Everything got worse after I brought that home. The initial bad luck. That might have been the stone, a minor warning. Or maybe it was just the opening act. The environment weakening before the main presence asserted itself. But the shadows, the smells, the voices, the figure that all ramped up after I cleaned the mud off the iron object and placed it, hidden away. In the back of my closet, It felt like bringing it into the light, acknowledging it, gave it permission. Are they connected? The stone and the metal thing? I don't know. Maybe the stone was a key or a focus. Maybe it was just bait, drawing me towards the real prize, the real source of the corruption buried in the mud. Or maybe they're two separate strands of the same cursed tapestry woven into the fabric of Devil's Hole. I tried getting rid of them, of course. My first thought, fueled by mounting terror, was to simply throw them away. I took the stone and the iron object, wrapped them in an old towel, and drove to a dumpster several towns over late one night. Dumped them in. I drove away feeling a surge of desperate hope. By the time I got home, they were sitting on my kitchen table. The towel was still in the dumpster miles away. I tried burying them in a park. They were back on my nightstand the next morning. I tried smashing the stone. It was unnaturally hard, my hammer blows barely chipping it. I tried breaking the iron object, but it felt like hitting solid bedrock. Nothing worked. They always came back. Returning them to Devil's Hole felt like suicide. Walking back into the heart of that place, carrying the very things it seemingly wanted me to have. Unthinkable. Whatever entity resides there let me leave once, albeit tainted. I doubt it would be so accommodating again. So now I live with them. The stone sits on my bookshelf again, a mocking testament to my initial, superficial lie. The iron object stays hidden in the closet, but I feel its presence constantly, a cold note of dread pulsing in the darkness behind the door. The whispers are almost constant now, sometimes coaxing, sometimes threatening. The smell of fire and rot waxes and wanes, an olfactory ghost. The figure in the hall appears more frequently, sometimes seeming closer, its featureless form growing clearer in my mind's eye, even if my physical eyes can't resolve it. My friends have mostly drifted away, unnerved by my paranoia, my jumpiness, the dark circles under my eyes, the way I flinch at shadows. I don't blame them. I'm barely holding onto the edges of my own sanity. I'm writing this down, finally telling the whole pathetic truth, because I don't know what else to do. Maybe documenting it will contain it somehow, though I doubt it. Maybe it serves as the warning I should have headed myself. Devil's Hole. It's not just ruins, not just a name. It's a wound on the landscape, festering with old secrets and lingering grievances. Don't go looking for it. And if you do, against all common sense, find yourself standing among those crumbling walls, feeling the eyes on your back, hearing the whispers in the silence. Leave. Leave, and don't take anything with you. Not a stone, not a piece of metal, not even a memory if you can help it. Because some souvenirs aren't meant to be taken. Some things buried are meant to stay buried. And the real mistake wasn't just taking something from Devil's Hole. It was thinking I could ever truly leave it behind. The whispers are getting louder now. I think I can know as I'm telling you this. The smell of rot is very strong tonight. My name is Ava Martins. That feels like a confession already, doesn't it? Saying your name out loud when you'd rather just fade. Recede into the background noise. Liam, that's my partner, says I've been quiet lately. Distant. He says it with that concerned tilt to his head, the one that makes me want to simultaneously spill everything and build the walls higher. He doesn't understand. How could he? I barely understand it myself. This weight, this quiet, persistent H that settled in my chest months ago and refuses to leave. It's like carrying a stone in my pocket, its presence a constant, dull reminder. Sometimes I forget it's there for a moment, then my hand brushes against it and the heaviness returns. That's why we went camping. His idea mostly. A digital detox, he called it. A chance to reconnect with nature and each other. Away from the city, the routines, the unspoken things hanging heavy in the air of our apartment. He booked a spot somewhere in western Pennsylvania. Promised deep woods, starry nights. The whole Thorio experience minus the pond and the profound self-reflection. I agreed because saying no felt like too much effort, and honestly, the thought of escaping the city, escaping myself for a weekend, held a sliver of appeal. Maybe the sheer scale of the wilderness would swallow my small, persistent sadness. Maybe the silence of the forest would finally quiet the noise in my head. The drive out to Clarion County was long hours of interstate eventually giving way to winding country roads, flanked by dense walls of trees. The Pennsylvania in late autumn has a specific kind of beauty, stark and melancholic. The fiery colors of peak foliage had mostly faded, leaving behind a tapestry of browns, golds, and stubborn greens under a vast, gray sky. Farmhouses stood weathered and solitary in sprawling fields, smoke curling thinly from their chimneys. It felt remote, isolated, a place where secrets could easily be kept, buried under layers of fallen leaves and generations of quiet living. Liam was enthusiastic, pointing out landmarks, humming along to the radio. I watched the landscape blur past, feeling detached, a ghost in the passenger seat. We stopped for supplies in a small town, the kind with one main street, a blinking traffic light, and a general store that smelled of wood smoke and old coffee. It was there, while Liam was paying for firewood and propane, that I saw the flyer tacked to a corkboard near the door. Faded, curling at the edges, it advertised a local historical society event, and under a grainy photo of an old church, it mentioned St. Luke's Cemetery, known locally as Crybaby Cemetery. Crybaby Cemetery. The name snagged my attention, pulling me momentarily from my internal fog. I leaned closer. The text was brief, mentioning its location in Salem Township and hinting at local legends. Something about infants, crying sounds of it was vague, designed more to pique historical interest than to genuinely spook, but the name alone sent a strange little shiver down my spine. Find something interesting? Liam asked, startling me as he came up behind, bags in hand. I pointed to the flyer. Look at this. Crybaby Cemetery. Ever heard of anything like that? He peered at it, then chuckled. Creepy. Probably just some local ghost story to scare the kids. Every small town has one. He slung an arm around my shoulder. Don't tell me you're getting spooked already. No, it's just the name. I mumbled, trying to shake off the unease. It felt silly, childish, but the word crybaby resonated strangely, touching a raw nerve I couldn't quite identify. We got back in the car, the GPS directing us deeper into the countryside. The paved road turned to gravel, then to dirt. The trees pressed closer, their branches like skeletal fingers interlocking overhead, filtering the already weak afternoon light. Liam was navigating, checking the map against the GPS, muttering about unmarked logging trails. We were aiming for a primitive campsite he'd found online, described as secluded and peaceful. As we bumped along a particularly rough track, we passed a small, wrought, iron gate almost swallowed by overgrown bushes. Attached to it was a weathered wooden sign, the lettering faded but still legible CI UKS Cemetery, EST 1834. Below it, almost like an afterthought carved by a mischievous hand, someone had scratched the word CR Baby. Hey, look! That must be it, Liam said, slowing the car. We both stared. The cemetery itself was barely visible through the dense undergrowth, just glimpses of leaning headstones, gray and moss covered, scattered beneath ancient, gnarled trees. It looked incredibly old, forgotten. An aura of profound stillness hung over it, but it wasn't peaceful. It was the stillness of abandonment, of sorrows left untended. Definitely creep high, Liam conceded, but his tone was still light, amused. Good thing our spot is supposed to be another half-mile on the track, huh? Don't want any spectral neighbors. I didn't answer, just kept looking back at the gate as we drove on, the image of those leaning stones etching itself into my mind. The campsite, when we finally found it, was a small clearing nestled in a grove of tall pines, thankfully out of sight of the cemetery. Though logically, it couldn't have been that far away. It was secluded just as advertised, almost too secluded. The silence here felt different, thicker, more watchful. As Liam started unloading gear, whistling cheerfully, I walked the perimeter of the clearing, feeling an irrational urge to check the tree line to make sure we were truly alone. Perfect, right? Liam called out, wrestling the tent poles. Fresh air, no cell servicing, just what we needed. I forced a smile. Yeah, perfect. While Liam set up the tent with practiced efficiency, I gathered twigs for kindling, my movement stiff. My mind kept drifting back to the cemetery, to the name, Crybaby. Why did it bother me so much? I tried to rationalize it. Old cemeteries are inherently sad places. This one probably had a higher than usual number of infant graves, hence the morbid nickname. Simple, logical, nothing to worry about. Later, as dusk began to bleed through the trees, turning the sky bruised purple and orange, Liam got a small fire going. The crackle and pop of the flames were comforting sounds, pushing back the encroaching shadows. We ate dinner huddled close to the warmth, the air growing rapidly colder. Liam chatted about work, about plans for the hike tomorrow. I nodded along, contributing little, my gaze fixed on the dancing flames. He eventually fell silent, sensing my distraction. "You okay, Ava? You've been quiet all day." "Just tired," I lied, pulling my jacket tighter. "Long drive." He reached across the small space between us, touching my hand. His skin was warm. "Hey, we're here to relax. Remember, leave the worries behind." I squeezed his hand, trying to draw on his easy optimism. "I know, I'm trying." But even as I said it, I could feel the unease prickling beneath my skin. It wasn't just the cemetery, I realized. It was something else, something I'd brought with me, packed away with my sleeping bag and beanie. That hidden sorrow, the unshed tears I refused to acknowledge, they felt amplified here, in the deep woods, under the rising gaze of an almost full moon that was beginning to peer through the skeletal branches overhead. The moon. I'd forgotten the flyer, or maybe Liam hadn't mentioned it, but the local lore often tied activity to the full moon. Tonight was close enough. Liam mentioned the legends again as we cleaned up, treating it like campfire story fodder. "So, Cryby Cemetery." He began, poking the fire with a stick. "Apparently, the main story is about twin infants buried separately on opposite sides of the graveyard. They say on certain nights, you can hear them crying for each other across the grounds." He grinned. "Or there's the one about the ghost of a little boy whose headstone mysteriously moves around." "Stop it, Liam," I said, my voice sharper than intended. He looked surprised. "Whoa, sorry. I thought it was just spooky fun. Local color. It's not fun," I snapped. "It's sad. Dead babies lost children. It's just sad." He held up his hands in surrender. Okay. Point taken. No more ghost stories." But the damage was done. The images were planted in my head, tiny graves, separated twins, a restless child spirit. We retreated into the tent soon, after the temperature dropping sharply. Inside, zipped into our sleeping bags, the sounds of the forest seemed magnified, the rustle of leaves, the snap of a distant twig, the mournful hoot of an owl. Liam fell asleep quickly, his breathing deep and even beside me. I lay awake, staring at the tent ceiling, illuminated faintly by the moonlight filtering through the fabric. The woods felt immense, ancient, and different, and somewhere nearby, through the trees, lay that plot of land saturated with grief, nicknamed for the sound of weeping children, Cryby Cemetery. I told myself it was just folklore. I told myself the woods would muffle any sound, real or imagined. I told myself the only thing to fear was my own overactive imagination, fueled by tiredness and the inherent spookiness of the setting. But as the moon climbed higher, casting long, distorted shadows across the tent, a different thought surfaced, cold and unwelcome. Maybe the mistake wasn't choosing this spot, dismissing the legends. Maybe the mistake was coming here at all, carrying my own silent grief to a place already overflowing with sorrow. Maybe some places don't just hold echoes of the past. Maybe they draw echoes out of you. I closed my eyes, willing sleep to come, praying for a quiet night. Praying the only sounds would be the wind and the breathing of the man beside me. Praying I wouldn't hear the crying. Sleep was a locked door, and I didn't have the key. Beside me, Liam breathed the deep, rhythmic sighs of the untroubled. Lucky him. Every creak of a branch outside, every rustle in the fallen leaves, snagged my attention, pulling it taut like a wire. The moonlight painted shifting patterns on the tent fabric, ghosts of leaves and limbs dancing in a silent ballad. I tracked the slow progress of the moon across the small ventilation window, time stretching thin and elastic. Hours felt like minutes like eternities. The silence wasn't empty, it was charged, expectant, waiting. Or maybe I was waiting, bracing for something I desperately hoped wouldn't come. I must have drifted, not into sleep, but into that hazy state just before it, because the first sound startled me back to sharp, cold awareness. It was faint, incredibly faint, carried on a whisper of wind that sighed through the pines. A high-pitched, wavering note. An animal, a night bird I didn't recognize. My heart gave a painful thud against my ribs. I strained my ears, holding my breath, telling myself it was nothing. The wind often plays tricks in the woods, mimicking voices, cries. It's easy to imagine things in the dark, especially when you're already on edge, especially when you're camped near a place called Crybaby Cemetery. Silence returned. Or maybe the absence of that specific sound returned. The normal night noises, the distant owl, the whisper of wind, the infinitesimal rustlings of unseen creatures seemed louder now, trying to reassure me. Liam shifted beside me, mumbling something incoherent in his sleep, then settled again. I envied his oblivion. I closed my eyes, trying to force the tension from my body, focusing on the sound of his breathing. It was the wind, I told myself. Just the wind. Then it came again. Clearer this time. Closer. Not a single note, but a broken sequence. Weeping. Unmistakably the sound of a child crying. Not the angry tantrum of a toddler, but the desolate, hopeless sobbing of a small child utterly lost and alone. It was then ready, and seemed to pierce right through the canvas walls, through the insulating layer of air, directly into my bones. Ice water flooded my veins. I lay perfectly still, rigid, every muscle clenched. My breath hitched in my throat. It couldn't be real. It was too perfect, too literal a manifestation of the legends Liam had so carelessly recounted. My mind scrambled for explanations. A fox. Some breeds make uncanny noises. A trick of acoustics carrying sound from miles away. A hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. The crying continued, punctuated by moments of silence that were somehow worse, filled with the anticipation of its return. It wasn't constant, but it was persistent. Sometimes it sounded like one child, sometimes it sounded like two, their faint cries weaving in and out of each other, overlapping in a heartbreaking, discordant harmony. The twins, buried apart, crying for each other across the dark earth. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I desperately wanted to wake Liam, to shake him, to force him to listen, to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. But what if he heard nothing? What if he just stared at me with that worried, pitying look, telling me it was a nightmare, telling me to go back to sleep? The thought of his rational dismissal, of being alone with this terror while he remained assured in the normal world, was almost as frightening as the sound itself. And what if he did hear it? What then? What do you do when a ghost story crawls out of folklore and starts weeping outside your tent? So I lay there, trapped between disbelief and paralyzing fear, listening. The sounds seemed to drift, sometimes seeming to come from the direction of the unseen cemetery, other times feeling chillingly close, as if just beyond the thin nylon wall separating us from the night. It burrowed under my skin, lodging itself deep in my chest, resonating with that hidden stone of sorrow I carried. Was this the cemetery's grief reaching out? Or was it mine, somehow amplified, given voice by the charged atmosphere of this place? The thought was dizzying. The line between their sorrow and mine began to blur. Were the tears I felt prickling behind my own eyelids a response to the ghostly weeping, or its source? At one point, the crying seemed particularly close, a desperate, gasping sob that sounded like it was right there, just outside the tent flap. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my face into my sleeping bag, muffling a whimper of my own. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might tear through my chest. I fumbled blindly for Liam's hand, my fingers closing around his wrist. He stirred, pulling his hand away instinctively before his sleep-fogged brain registered my touch. Ava, he mumbled, his voice thick. What's wrong? Bad dream. Liam, I whispered, my voice trembling uncontrollably. Listen, can you hear that? He was quiet for a moment, his breathing the only sound inside the tent besides my own ragged gasps. Outside, in that precise moment, there was only the wind. The crying had stopped. Of course it had. Hear what? He asked. already sounding halfway back to sleep. "It's just the wind, honey. Go back to sleep. We've got that hike tomorrow." He rolled over, turning his back to me, and within minutes his breathing deepened again. Tears of frustration and terror welled, hot against my cold skin. He hadn't heard it, or it hadn't been there for him to hear. I was alone with it. Completely, utterly alone. The isolation was a physical blow. The sounds returned moments later, as if waiting for him to succumb to sleep again. Fainter now, perhaps more distant, but undeniably still there, weeping. Crying, a lullaby of pure despair sung by the darkness. I didn't sleep. How could I? I lay awake for what felt like an eternity, listening to the phantom chorus of grief that ebbed and flowed with the wind. It wasn't just frightening anymore. It was profoundly draining, leeching the strength from my limbs, the coherence from my thoughts. It felt like drowning in sorrow, an invisible tide pulling me under. The full moon, which had seemed almost romantic earlier, now felt like a cold, accusing eye, staring down through the trees, illuminating a scene of private terror. Only when the first, faint suggestion of gray began to dilute the oppressive blackness outside did the sounds finally begin to fade. Not abruptly, but slow reluctantly, like a tide receding, leaving behind a desolate shoreline. The weeping grew thinner, more intermittent, eventually dissolving back into the sighing of the wind, the rustle of leaves, the ordinary sounds of the forest waking up. Silence. A true, deep silence this time, heavy with exhaustion and the residue of fear. The first rays of dawn painted the inside of the tent with a pale, watery light. Birds began to chirp, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence. The world outside was returning to normal. Liam stirred again, stretched, and yawned. He sat up, rubbing his eyes, completely oblivious. "Morning," he said cheerfully, unzipping his sleeping bag. "Man, I slept like a log. Best sleep I've had in ages. See, told you this was what we needed." He looked at me, his smile faltering slightly as he took in my appearance. "Wah, Ava, you look terrible. Didn't you sleep well?" I stared at him, my eyes gritty, my body aching with tension and exhaustion. How could I possibly explain? How could I make him understand the hours of auditory torment, the chilling certainty that we were camped on the edge of something profoundly, supernaturally sad? The woods outside, visible now through the mesh window, looked depressingly ordinary. Sunlight dappled the forest floor. A squirrel chattered nearby. The terror of the night seemed unreal, a fever dream. "No," I managed, my voice a dry rasp. "I didn't sleep well at all." The understatement of the century. But as I spoke, a faint, high-pitched echo lingered in my ears, a ghostly resonance that hadn't faded with the dawn. Or maybe it wasn't an echo at all. Maybe a sliver of the night's sorrow had clung to me, refusing to let go. The thought sent a fresh chill down my spine, colder in the morning air. We had survived the night, but I had a sickening feeling that something had followed us into the daylight. Packing up felt like moving through thick syrup. Every action, rolling the sleeping bags, collapsing the tent, stuffing everything back into bags, required immense effort. My limbs heavy with exhaustion, my mind shrouded in a fog of residual terror. The morning sunlight, which should have felt cleansing, felt harsh and revealing, exposing my frayed nerves and pale face. Liam tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy, humming as he secured the gear to the roof rack, occasionally glancing my way with a concerned frown. "You're really shaken up, huh?" he said, trying to keep his tone light as we finally climbed back into the car. Must have been a vivid nightmare. I just stared out the window, watching the deceptively peaceful woods slide past nightmare. No. A nightmare ends when you wake up. This felt like it was just beginning, as we bumped back down the dirt track. I couldn't stop myself from looking towards the overgrown gate of St. Luke's Cemetery when we passed it. It looked benign in the daylight, just an old, forgotten graveyard. But I felt a cold dread seep into me, a sense of having disturbed something ancient and sorrowful, and worse, of having attracted its attention. I didn't feel like we were escaping. I felt like we were being followed. The drive home was mostly silent. Liam tried initiating conversation a few times, but my monosyllabic responses eventually discouraged him. He turned the radio on low, but the cheerful pop songs felt jarring, obscene after the sounds that had filled the night. I kept the window down, needing the rush of air, hoping it would clear my head, blow away the phantom echoes I thought I could still hear beneath the music and the road noise. That faint, high-pitched whining, like tinnitus, but somehow sadder. I told myself it was auditory fatigue, my ears still ringing from the strain of listening so intently all night. Back in the city, back in our apartment, the familiar surroundings offered no comfort. The white noise of traffic outside, the hum of the refrigerator, the creaks of the floorboards, sounds I'd never noticed before now seemed too loud or too quiet, masking something else I strained to hear. Liam seemed relieved to be home, sinking onto the couch with a sigh, clearly hoping the disastrous camping trip could now be put behind us. He suggested ordering takeout, watching a movie, pretending everything was fine. But it wasn't fine. That first night back, I jolted awake around 3 a.m., my heart pounding. Not from a nightmare, but from a sound. Faint, barely audible over the city hum, but unmistakable. Weeping. A child's cry, thin and distant, seemingly coming from just outside the bedroom window. I lay frozen listening until it faded away. It happened again the next night, and the next. Sometimes it was just a fleeting sound, easily dismissed. A siren in the distance, the neighbor's baby. Other times, it was clearer, more persistent, settling in the quiet corners of the apartment, a ghostly resonance that only I seemed attuned to. I started sleeping with earplugs, but it didn't help. The sound felt like it was inside my head now, a phantom limb of sorrow I couldn't amputate. Liam noticed, of course. My sleeplessness, my jumpiness at sudden noises, my deepening withdrawal. He tried to be supportive, patient. "Ava, you need to talk to someone," he'd say gently. "Maybe a doctor. You're exhausted, stressed it's affecting you." How could I explain? How could I tell him I was being haunted by the sound of crying children, possibly linked to a creepy cemetery hundreds of miles away, without sounding completely unhinged? I tried, once stumbling over the words, describing the sounds, the persistence. He listened intently, his expression shifting from concern to confusion, then to a kind of careful skepticism. He suggested sleep deprivation could cause auditory hallucinations. He mentioned stress. He didn't call me crazy, not directly, but the implication hung in the air. He wanted a rational explanation, something treatable, fixable. He couldn't accept the impossible reality I felt trapped in. So I stopped talking about it. I retreated further, building the walls higher, just like he'd accused me of before the trip. Our conversations became strained, filled with unspoken anxieties. He looked at me with worry, sometimes frustration. I looked away, trapped with my chilling secret. The crying continued its relentless, subtle siege. It was worst when I was alone, in the quiet moments, showering, washing dishes, trying to read. That thin, desolate weeping weaving itself into the fabric of my days and nights. I started avoiding silence, keeping the TV on, music playing constantly, anything to drown it out. But sometimes, even through the noise, I'd hear it. A faint, heartbreaking sob cutting through everything else. And then, slowly, terrifyingly, a new thought began to take root in my exhausted mind. Was it really them, the ghost children from Crybaby Cemetery? Had their sorrow truly latched onto me, followed me home? Or was it something else? I thought back to that night, the overwhelming sense of grief that permeated the woods, the way it seemed to resonate with something inside me, that stone in my pocket, that unnamed sadness I carried long before we ever set foot near St. Luke's. The prompt from the user mentioned Ava being evasive or projecting grief. This is where it becomes crucial. Maybe the mistake wasn't camping there on a full moon. Maybe the deadly mistake was me going there at all. Bringing my own carefully hidden, unexpressed sorrow, the grief I refused to name, the tears I wouldn't shed to a place already saturated with loss. Like attracts like, doesn't it? Maybe the cemetery didn't send something after me. Maybe it simply unlocked something within me. Gave my own silent despair a voice. The more I thought about it, the more the crying began to subtly change. Or perhaps my perception of it changed. It started sounding less like distinct children, less like the specific legends of the twins or the lost boy. It became more elemental, purer, just the raw sound of grief itself. An endless, desolate weeping that echoed the hollow ache in my own chest. Whose tears were they really? The ghost children's, or mine, finally escaping, amplified and distorted by a place that specialized in sorrow? I don't know the answer. I live with the uncertainty and with the sound. It's quieter now, sometimes disappearing for days, lulling me into a fragile sense of peace before returning, a faint, chilling reminder. Liam still worries. He suggests therapy more often now. Maybe I should go. Maybe talking about the grief I've kept locked away would silence the echoes. Or maybe it wouldn't make any difference. Maybe some echoes, once awakened, can never be truly silenced. They call it Crybaby Cemetery for a reason. I thought the reason was the ghosts of children buried there. Now, I'm not so sure. Maybe it's called that because it's a place that finds the unshed tears within you and makes them cry out loud. My camping trip in Pennsylvania wasn't just a mistake. It was an act of careless collision, merging my internal landscape with a place steeped in external grief. I haven't slept properly in months. Even now, sitting here, telling you this, the silence in the room feels thin. And beneath it, faint but persistent, I can hear it, weeping. My name is Lucas Baker, or at least that's what my driver's license says. Lately, I'm not so sure who I am anymore. Sleep doesn't come easy. When it does, it's thin and fragile, torn apart by shadows that twitch in the corner of my eye and sounds that scurry just beyond the reach of the light. They say paranoia is a symptom, a fracturing of the mind. Maybe they're right. Maybe the sleepless nights, the constant vigilance, the way I jump at every creak of the floorboards, maybe it's all in my head. But there's a colder, deeper part of me, huddled in the back of my skull, that whispers it's not paranoia if something is genuinely out to get you. And it all really started with that damned camping trip. Mishuk State Forest, Site 09, they call it Haunted Hollow. We should have listened. God, we should have just picked another spot. It sounded like a bit of a laugh, didn't it? Haunted Hollow. Mark found it online when we were planning our annual guys trip, me, Mark, and Dave. Just a weekend away from the city grind, wives, girlfriends, responsibilities. Just trees, beer, and bad campfire stories. Mark's always been the one drawn to the slightly edgy, the offbeat. He saw the name, Haunted Hollow, on the reservation site and latched onto it immediately. "Come on, guys," he'd said, grinning over his laptop screen during our planning session at the bar. "It's practically daring us. Haunted Hollow. How can we not camp there?" Dave, ever the pragmatist, just rolled his eyes. "It's probably just called that because it's low-lying and gets foggy, Mark. Or maybe some teenagers made up a story decades ago. Don't get your hopes up for Casper the Friendly Ghost." I was somewhere in the middle. Part of me agreed with Dave it was likely just a name, a bit of local folklore exaggerated for effect. But another part, the part that secretly enjoyed a good ghost story late at night, felt a little prickle of morbid curiosity. "Yeah, why not?" I shrugged, taking a sip of my beer. "Worst case, it's a cool story to tell. We survived Haunted Hollow. Oh, the irony. Survive. That word tastes like ash in my mouth now." So, the decision was made. Site 1009, Haunted Hollow, Mishuk State Forest, Pennsylvania. We booked it. Packed the usual gear: tents, sleeping bags, cooler full of questionable food, and entirely too much beer, bug spray lanterns. Mark, true to form, added one extra item to his packing list, waving it triumphantly before tossing it into his duffel bag. A cheap cardboard Ouija board, still in its shrink wrap, bought from the toy aisle of some big box store. "For atmosphere," he declared, his grin wide and utterly oblivious. Dave groaned. I just chuckled, shaking my head. It was a joke. Nothing more. The drive out was uneventful. Standard highway miles giving way to winding country roads, the air growing cleaner, the trees thicker. Mishawks is beautiful, undeniably. Vast stretches of green, sunlight filtering through the canopy, the promise of quiet solitude. But as we turned onto the gravel access road, leading deeper into the forest towards the campsites, the mood shifted subtly. The trees seemed older here, denser, pressing in closer to the road. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick leaves, leaving the forest floor dappled in shade that felt heavier. Finding Site 1009 wasn't difficult, but it was definitely isolated. Tucked away down a short, barely their path off the main loop, it sat in a natural depression surrounded by tall oaks and pines. The hollow, part of the name certainly fit. It felt sunken, secluded, and quiet, almost unnaturally quiet. The usual forest sounds, bird calls, rustling leaves, the buzz of insects, seemed muffled, distant. The air hung still and cool, even though it was a warm afternoon. Setting up camp was routine. Tents popped up. The fire pit was cleared, sleeping bags unrolled. Dave, meticulous as ever, arranged our cooking gear while Mark started gathering firewood. I wandered the perimeter of the site, stretching my legs. That's when I saw it. Just beyond the designated camping area, almost hidden by overgrown brush, was a low, crumbling stone wall. It wasn't tall, maybe waist-high in sections, and clearly ancient. Fieldstones, roughly piled, stretching off into the trees in both directions. It looked like an old property line marker, maybe. Later, I'd learn about the old Bunker Hill farm that once stood somewhere nearby, and a cold dread would trace its way up my spine. But at the time, it was just a wall. Old, slightly creepy, adding the Haunted Hollow vibe, I supposed. I didn't linger near it. Something about the way the shadows pooled around its base felt unwelcoming. The first night was fine. We got a decent fire going, cooked sausages on sticks, drank beer, told stupid jokes. Mark kept trying to inject spooky elements, pointing out weird shadows or strange noises, but Dave and I shot him down every time. It's an owl. Mark. It's the wind, dude. It's a deer. Relax. We were determined to treat it like any other camping trip, but even I had to admit, the quiet was profound. When the fire crackled low and conversation lulled, the silence pressed in, thick and expectant. More than once, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the distinct sensation of being watched. I chalked it up to the isolation, the darkness, the power of suggestion fueled by the site's name. Nothing specific happened. Just a feeling, an undercurrent of unease beneath the surface of forced normalcy. The next day was spent hiking. We explored some of the trails, marveling at the rugged beauty of mycoks. We found viewpoints overlooking valleys, crossed streams on rickety wooden bridges. It felt good to be out moving, breathing fresh air. The unease of the night before faded with the morning sun. We talked about work, sports, life, everything except ghosts or hollows. By the time we got back to camp in the late afternoon, tired and hungry, the atmosphere felt lighter, more relaxed. But as dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, Mark's mischievous energy returned. He waited until we'd eaten, until the second round of beers was opened, until the fire was casting dancing shadows around the campsite. Then, with a theatrical flourish, he retrieved the Ouija board from his tent. "All right," he announced, placing it on the flattest patch of ground he could find, not far from where that old stone wall disappeared into the gloom. "Who's ready to commune with the spirits of Haunted Hollow?" Dave sighed dramatically. "Mark, seriously, it's a piece of cardboard." "Exactly," Mark grinned. "It's harmless fun. A joke. We're camping in Haunted Hollow, we have to do this. It's practically mandatory." He tore off the shrink wrap, the plastic crinkling loudly in the quiet evening air. He unfolded the board, placing the heart-shaped planchette in the center. "Come on, Lucas, but don't tell me you're scared." Was I scared? No, not really. Annoyed, maybe. A little tired of Mark's antics, but also curious. That little flicker from before returned. What harm could it do? It was just a game. "Fine," I said, kneeling down opposite him. "But if it spells out BER, I'm blaming you." Dave reluctantly joined us, completing the circle around the board. We placed our fingertips lightly on the planchette. The plastic felt cool beneath my skin. The air seemed to drop a degree or two, the firelight flickering uncertainly. "Okay," Mark whispered, his voice taking on a mock serious tone. "Is there anyone here with us?" Silence. The planchette remained still. Are there any spirits in Haunted Hollow? Mark tried again, pressing down slightly harder. Nothing, just the crackle of the fire and the distant hoot of an owl. Dave snorted. Told you, let's just finish the beer. Wait, Mark insisted. Maybe we need to concentrate. Close your eyes. We did. 3 grown men kneeling in the dirt in the middle of the Pennsylvania woods. Eyes shut, fingers resting on a plastic pointer on a cardboard game board. It felt utterly ridiculous. I could feel a laugh bubbling up inside me. Spirits of this place. Mark intoned dramatically. If you are here, give us a sign. Move the planchette. And think maybe it moved. A tiny vibration, a fractional slide across the smooth surface of the board. Or maybe it was just Mark pushing it subconsciously. Or Dave shifting his weight. Or me. My own fingers felt unsteady. Did you feel that? Mark whispered, eyes still closed. Probably just you. Dave mumbled. No, I felt something. I admitted, surprising myself. It was barely perceptible, like a static charge building up under the plastic. A cold spot seemed to bloom around us, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the warmth of the fire nearby. Mark opened his eyes, peering intently at the board. Okay, spirit, if you're here, what is your name? We waited. The planchette sat stubbornly on the letter G. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, it began to slide. It wasn't a smooth glide, more like a series of tiny, hesitant jerks. It moved towards the AC, then stopped. Then shifted again, quivering slightly, before dragging itself to another C. CO. Mark breathed. What's it trying to spell? It hovered, then made a shaky line towards the number row, landing vaguely near the 3. CC3. Dave asked, sounding more intrigued now despite himself. What the hell does that mean? Before anyone could answer, a sharp crack echoed through the woods nearby, like a heavy branch snapping. We all jumped, pulling our hands back from the board as if burned. Our heads whipped around, searching the darkened tree line. Nothing. Just the deep shadows and the whispering wind. Probably just a deer, I said, my voice a little higher than usual. But the atmosphere had changed. The joke wasn't funny anymore. The air felt thick charged. That feeling of being watched intensified, pressing in from all sides. Okay, Dave said, standing up abruptly. That's enough for me. I'm getting another beer. Mark didn't protest. He quickly folded the board, shoving it and the planchette back in the flimsy box. He tried to make a joke, something about weak spirits. But his voice lacked its usual conviction. We huddled closer to the fire, the silence stretching between us, punctuated only by the crackling flames and the unsettling quiet of the surrounding woods. We didn't talk about the Ouija board again that night, but the cold spot where we'd knelt seemed to linger, a pocket of unnatural chill in the warm night air. And as I lay in my tent later, listening to the sounds of the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, that our little joke by the old stone wall hadn't been quite as harmless as we thought. I told myself it was the power of suggestion, the spooky name, the isolation. But a seed of genuine unease had been planted, taking root in the back of my mind, watered by the suffocating darkness of Haunted Hollow. Sleep, that night in Haunted Hollow, was a battle lost before it even began. Every rustle of leaves outside the thin nylon walls of my tent sounded like footsteps. Every snap of a twig was magnified, echoing in the oppressive silence. I lay rigid in my sleeping bag, ears straining, the eyes wide open in the suffocating darkness. The air inside the tent felt heavy, stagnant, like trying to breathe through damp wool. Several times I was convinced I heard whispering, faint and sibilant, just beyond the zipper, like dry leaves skittering across stone, but with an edge of intent. I told myself it was the wind, maybe Mark or Dave muttering in their sleep in the adjacent tents. But the sounds felt too close, too directed. Once, pressing my face near the mesh window, I thought I saw movement in the deep shadows near the old stone wall, a flicker, something tall and impossibly thin, detaching itself from the trunk of an ancient oak, only to melt back into the darkness an instant later. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, held my breath, but saw nothing more. Imagination, fatigue, the lingering chill from the Ouija board. I clung to rational explanations like driftwood in a storm. When dawn finally broke, filtering weakly through the dense canopy, it brought exhaustion rather than relief. The campsite looked mundane in the gray morning light: discarded beer cans, smoldering embers in the fire pit, the dew glistening on the tents. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere lingered. The quiet felt less peaceful, more watchful. Mark and Dave emerged, yawning and stretching, complaining about stiff backs and campfire hangovers. They seemed normal, maybe a little subdued, but they weren't casting nervous glances towards the woods or jumping at every sound. Mark made a weak joke about needing coffee stronger than his nerve had been last night, but it fell flat. Dave just grunted and started packing his gear with brisk efficiency. Their apparent nonchalance made my own fear feel starker, more isolating. Was I the only one who felt it? Had the Ouija board, the cold spot, the cracking branch. The whispers in the night affected only me. Breaking camp was a hurried, almost furtive affair. We spoke little, focusing on collapsing tents, stuffing sleeping bags, and clearing the site. I kept finding myself glancing towards the stone wall, half expecting to see something peering back from between the trees. I packed the cookware, and I could have sworn the cast iron skillet wasn't quite where I'd left it the night before, nudged a few inches closer to the edge of the picnic table. I dismissed it. Must have bumped it myself. My hands felt clumsy, my movements jerky. Every time my back was turned to the woods, the skin between my shoulder blades prickled. We loaded the car in near silence, the only sounds the clatter of gear and the chirping of birds that now seemed jarringly loud, almost mocking. Mark tossed the Ouija board box onto the back seat without a word. It's cheerful, a toy-like graphics a stark contrast to the gnawing anxiety in my gut. The drive home felt interminably long. The winding forest road seemed to coil tighter, reluctant to let us go. I was behind the wheel, and I kept catching myself checking the rearview mirror, not just for cars, but for something else. A fleeting shadow in the back seat. A glimpse of movement in the trees receding behind us. Mark fiddled with the radio, but reception was patchy, dissolving into bursts of static at odd intervals. He eventually gave up, slumping against the window. Dave seemed asleep in the passenger seat, but his breathing was shallow, his posture tense. Or maybe I was projecting my own anxiety onto them. Conversation was sparse, fragmented. We talked about the traffic we might hit, what we wanted for lunch, anything but Site 1009. Anything but the night before, I saw a road sign with 3 it, then another. The mile marker read 109. Coincidence. Just coincidence. But the CC3, the planchette had possibly spelled out, echoed in my mind. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, focusing on the road, telling myself that once hit the highway, once we were back in the familiar sprawl of civilization, this feeling would dissipate. The woods couldn't follow us home. Pulling into my apartment complex, parking lot felt like crossing a finish line. The concrete, the manicured lawns, the sounds of traffic and neighbors, it was aggressively normal. A welcome balm to my frayed nerves. I said a quick goodbye to Mark and Dave, relief evident in all our voices. We didn't mention the trip again, didn't make plans for the next one. We just wanted away. Inside my apartment, I locked the door, leaning against it for a moment, breathing deeply. Home. Safe. The familiar scent of stale coffee and laundry detergent was reassuring. I dropped my duffel bag, kicked off my boots, and stood under a scalding shower for a long time, trying to wash away the grime of the woods and the lingering chill of the hollow. It was over. Just a creepy campsite, an overactive imagination, and a stupid cardboard game. For the first day or two, things seemed normal. I unpacked. I did laundry, slipped back into my routine. I slept better in my own bed, though the profound silence of the apartment at night felt different now, less peaceful, more empty. Expectant. Then the small things started. Things so minor, so easily dismissible, that at first I barely registered them. I came home from work to find a kitchen cabinet door, one I distinctly remembered closing that morning, hanging slightly open. Chalked it up to not closing it properly. My keys, usually dropped in the ceramic bowl by the door, were lying on the edge of the coffee table instead. Must have been distracted when I came in. A book I was reading, left face down on the nightstand, was closed, the bookmark tucked neatly inside. Weird, but maybe I'd done it automatically before falling asleep. These little discrepancies began to accumulate. A framed photo on the shelf tilted just slightly off center. The bathroom door, which tended to stick, creaking open slowly when there was no draft. The remote control migrating from the arm of the sofa to the floor overnight. Each incident, taken alone, was nothing. Easily explained away by forgetfulness, carelessness, the normal quirks of an old building. But together, they formed a pattern, a quiet, persistent disruption of the mundane. I started second-guessing myself constantly. Did I leave that there? Am I sure I closed that? The reassurances felt increasingly hollow. I mentioned it offhandedly to Sarah, my girlfriend, during a phone call. Think my apartment's haunted. I joked, trying to sound lighthearted. Things keep moving around. She laughed. Maybe you need more sleep, Lucas. Or maybe you've just got mice. Mice. Yeah, maybe. But mice don't close books or straighten picture frames. Her easy dismissal, though well-intentioned, made me feel foolish, reinforcing the idea that maybe I was losing it. Maybe the stress, the lack of sleep, the lingering unease from the trip were manifesting as mild hallucinations or memory lapses. Then came the tapping. It started late one night, maybe a week after the trip. I was lying in bed, hovering in that hazy space between wakefulness and sleep. It was faint at first, so faint I thought I was imagining it, or maybe it was the plumbing in the apartment next door. Tap, 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 irregular. Soft, coming from somewhere inside the wall beside my bed. I held my breath, listening intently. It wasn't the rhythmic clicking of cooling pipes or the frantic scrabbling of a trapped rodent. This was different. Slower. More deliberate. Tap, 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 like someone gently rapping their knuckles against drywall from the other side. I got out of bed, pressed my ear against the cool plaster. Silence. As soon as I moved, it stopped. I stood there for a long time, heart pounding, straining to hear anything over the thrum of my own blood. Nothing. I eventually crawled back into bed, telling myself it was the building settling, my imagination running wild in the quiet. But it came back the next night, and the night after that. Always late, always faint, sometimes from the bedroom wall, sometimes seeming to come from the living room wall, once even from the ceiling overhead. It was elusive, stopping whenever I tried to pinpoint it, always lurking at the edge of my hearing. Rational explanations wore thin. It wasn't mice. It wasn't pipes. It wasn't neighbors. It sounded like someone was inside the walls, patiently, persistently, trying to get my attention to get out. The unease from the campsite surged back, stronger this time, colder. This wasn't just in my head. Haunted hollow, the Ouija board, the stone wall, the feeling of being watched. It wasn't over. It hadn't stayed in the woods. Driven by a growing dread, I found myself hunched over my laptop late at night, the tapping a faint counterpoint to my frantic keystrokes. Mitchuk State Forest History, Bunker Hill Farm, Civilian Conservation Corps, Pennsylvania, CCC worker deaths. My blood ran cold when I found it, scattered mentions. Old newspaper clippings digitized online, forum posts discussing local lore. The CCC had worked extensively in Mishox during the Depression. And yes, there were records of accidents, deaths, including a young worker, a part of a crew building trails or fire breaks, somewhere in the southern part of the forest, struck by lightning during a sudden storm. Some accounts placed the incident vaguely near the remnants of an old farmstead boundary, near an area that later became known, colloquially at first, then perhaps more formally, as Haunted Hollow. And sometimes the accounts mentioned the worker's initials. CC. My breath hitched. The planchette. C had it been trying to tell us, trying to spell a name, or maybe just CCC, and the crew number. A date. The tapping seemed to pause as if listening to my thoughts before resuming its soft, maddening rhythm from within the wall. Tap, tap, tap. The paranoia wasn't paranoia anymore. It was the chilling certainty that my stupid, joking mistake at Site 1009 hadn't just disturbed forgotten history. It had invited something back, and it was making itself at home. The subtlety didn't last. Whatever followed me from Haunted Hollow grew bolder, or perhaps my ability to rationalize its actions simply eroded into dust. Objects didn't just shift anymore, they moved. One morning, I found every single kitchen knife laid out in a neat row on the counter, blades pointing towards me as I entered the room. Another evening, the heavy armchair in the living room, the one I never use, was dragged several feet across the floor, leaving deep gouges in the cheap laminate. Doors didn't just creak open, they'd slam shut with violent force, rattling the frame, even when there wasn't a breath of wind. The faint shadows I'd glimpsed from the corner of my eye became denser, seeming to coalesce in doorways or corners, dissipating only when I turned to face them directly. The feeling of being watched intensified into a constant, suffocating pressure, a palpable weight on my chest, even in broad daylight. My own home, my sanctuary, had become hostile territory. And the tapping god, the tapping. It was no longer faint, no longer hesitant. It became insistent, demanding, sometimes a frantic, rapid-fire drumming against the drywall, like trapped fingers desperate to break through. Other times, a slow, deliberate thump, thump, thump that seemed to echo the terrified beat of my own heart. It followed me. If I was in the living room, it came from the living room walls. If I fled to the bathroom, it would start moments later, seemingly emanating from behind the cheap plastic shower surround. Sleep became impossible. How could anyone sleep with that constant, invasive rhythm drilling into their skull? It was the sound of my own sanity fraying, thread by thread. Other things began to happen. Pockets of intense cold would bloom suddenly in the middle of a room, raising goosebumps on my skin before vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Sometimes I'd catch a whiff of something unnatural, damp earth, like a freshly dug grave, or the sharp, metallic tang of ozone, reminiscent of the air just before a lightning strike. Once, while washing dishes, staring blankly out the window, I saw my reflection in the darkening glass, but for a split second, the face looking back wasn't mine. It was distorted, gaunt, the eyes hollow sockets of pure shadow. I recoiled, splashing water everywhere. But when I looked again, it was just me, pale and terrified. Another night, reaching for the light switch in the hallway, I felt something icy cold brush against the back of my hand. I snatched it back, heart hammering, but there was nothing there. Nothing visible anyway. In desperation, I called Mark. My voice was trembling, high-pitched. I tried to explain what was happening, the objects, the sounds, the cold spots, the tapping. He listened patiently, but his responses were hesitant, laced with concern not for the haunting, but for me. "Lucas, man, are you okay? You sound stressed. Really stressed. Maybe you should talk to someone. That trip, maybe it just got under your skin. You know," he admitted the campsite had felt weird. That he hadn't slept well either, but he brushed off the Ouija board. It was cardboard, Lucas. Just cardboard. Dave was even more dismissive, suggesting I check the carbon monoxide detectors or see a doctor. They didn't believe me. Or maybe they couldn't allow themselves to believe. Their skepticism was another wall closing in, leaving me utterly alone with my tormentor. I descended into the murky depths of online forums, ghost stories, paranormal investigations, demonic attachments. I read about cleansing rituals, smudging, protective symbols. I felt like an idiot buying sage bundles and coarse sea salt. But I tried it anyway, wandering through my apartment wafting smoke, sprinkling salt across thresholds and windowsills, whispering prayers I hadn't thought of since childhood. The tapping seemed to pause during these rituals, replaced by an unnerving silence that felt heavy mocking. Then, invariably, it would return, often louder, more aggressive, as if angered or amused by my feeble attempts at defense. I even paid for an online consultation with a self-proclaimed psychic medium who told me I had a negative energy attachment and offered further, more expensive sessions to help clear it. It felt like a scam, preying on desperation. Nothing worked. Nothing stopped it. One night, driven to the brink by the incessant tapping from the bedroom wall, I snapped. I scrambled out of bed, fists clenched, and screamed at the wall. "What do you want?" Leave me Alone! Just leave me the HELAONE. My voice cracked, raw with fear and exhaustion. The tapping stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was thick, electric. Then, from directly behind me, near the closet door, came 3 slow, deliberate knocks. KNOC, KNOK, clear as day. Not inside the walls this time, inside the room. I spun around, finding nothing but empty space and shadows that seemed to writhing. It wasn't just in the walls anymore. It was in the room with me. I thought again about the CC worker, CC, killed by lightning. Was this his restless spirit, angered that we treated his resting place, his tragic history, as a joke? It seemed plausible. But the longer this went on, the less certain I became. The entity in my apartment felt older, colder, less like a specific human ghost, and more like something else. Something intrinsically tied to the place, to Haunted Hollow itself. Maybe the hollow was a wound on the landscape, a place where sorrow and tragedy naturally pooled, and the CCC worker was just one soul trapped within its grasp. Maybe the name wasn't just a name, maybe it was a warning. And our stupid Sid ants hadn't just disturbed a single spirit, it had torn open a doorway, allowing a piece of the hollow's inherent wrongness to latch onto me, to follow me home. The Ouija board wasn't the source, it was just the key we'd foolishly turned in a lock we didn't understand. Now, I barely leave the apartment. Sleep comes in short, terrified bursts, punctuated by the tapping, the cold, the whispers that might just be the blood rushing in my own ears. I nail boards across the inside of the closet door. I check the locks obsessively. I talk to the walls sometimes, pleading, bargaining, reasoning. Other times I just sit in the near dark, listening, waiting. Sarah stopped calling. Mark and Dave send worried texts, but I don't reply anymore. How can I explain this? How can they understand that I live inside a drum and something is constantly beating against the skin? They think I'm losing my mind. And maybe I am. Maybe that's what it wants. The line between paranoia and reality blurred long ago. The haunting isn't just around me. It's inside me now, echoing in the hollow spaces beyond my eyes. My camping trip in Pennsylvania was a deadly mistake. Not deadly in the sense of immediate physical violence, but a slow, creeping death of the soul, of sanity. Haunted Hollow followed me home, and now it is my home. It lives in the plaster, in the shadows, in the silence between the taps. Last night, I heard a new sound. Not tapping, something else. A faint, wet, tearing sound, like fingernails slowly scraping away drywall from the inside. Getting closer. It won't be long now. It won't be long until it breaks through. The mistake wasn't just performing the sin ants. The mistake was thinking we could ever leave the hollow behind. My name is Henry Scott, and I suppose you could call me an optimist. Maybe a little too optimistic, some might say now, looking back. I've always preferred to see the good in things, the potential for adventure rather than dwelling on the negatives. It's probably what I brushed off the warnings. Why let my desire for a bit of genuine wilderness experience override common sense? I love the outdoors, the smell of pine needles underfoot, the feeling of escaping the concrete jungle, the quiet solitude you can find if you just step off the beaten path. That's what I was seeking when I planned my camping trip to Mychok State Forest in Pennsylvania. I'd heard it was beautiful, sprawling, rugged, exactly the kind of place where you could really lose yourself in a good way. Or so I thought. Pennsylvania in late autumn has a specific kind of beauty, a sharp, crisp edge to the air and a riot of color clinging stubbornly to the trees before the final surrender to winter. As I drove towards Mishhawks, the landscape grew thicker, wilder. The towns became smaller, farther apart, replaced by rolling hills and dense stands of timber. There was a sense of entering somewhere ancient and untamed, which was precisely the thrill I was after. I checked in at the ranger station, a quaint log cabin affair, picked up my permits, and grabbed a map. The ranger, a friendly guy with a weathered face and kind eyes, circled the main campsite and pointed out the popular trails. Stick to the marked paths, especially if you're hiking alone, he advised, tapping a finger on the map. It's easy to get turned around in here. Cell service is spotty at best. Got it. I nodded, folding the map, looking forward to stretching my legs. Heard about an area called Dead Woman Hollow. The name had jumped out at me when I was doing some cursory online research, morbidly fascinating, I suppose. The ranger's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. Yeah, that's over in the southern section. He hesitated for a fraction of a second. Got its name a long time ago. Some dark history associated with it. There was an incident back in the late 80s. A young woman hiking. He didn't elaborate, just gave a small shrug. Most folks stick to the main loops around Tumbling Run or Pole Steeple. Nicer views will maintain trails. An incident. That's how he put it. I knew from my quick search it was more than just an incident. A murder, brutal and unsolved for a time, casting a long shadow over that particular patch of woods. But it was decades ago. Ancient history, really. Tragic, yes, absolutely horrifying for those involved, but not something that felt relevant to my weekend getaway in the present day. The name was Grimshire, but it was just a name, a label on a map reflecting a sorrowful past event, not a current threat assessment. Or so I rationalized. I thanked the ranger, grabbed my pack from the car, and headed towards the trailhead he'd recommended, deciding I'd figure out my exact route as I went. The main trail was, as the ranger implied, quite popular. It was a Saturday, after all, and the weather was perfect for hiking. Families with excited kids, groups of friends chatting loudly, serious hikers with trekking poles, clicking rhythmically against the packed earth. It was less communing with nature and more sharing a park path. The initial beauty was undeniable. Sunlight dappled through the canopy. The air was fresh, and the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves was invigorating. But the constant chatter, the laughter echoing unnaturally loud in the woods, the sheer number of people, it wasn't the solitude I craved. It wasn't the escape. I hiked for maybe an hour, the trail winding gently uphill. It was pleasant enough, but my initial enthusiasm was waning, replaced by a growing sense of mild annoyance. I wanted quiet. I wanted to feel like I was truly in the wilderness, not just walking through a very large, albeit beautiful, park. I kept finding myself scanning the woods to my left and right, away from the procession of hikers on the marked path. The forest looked denser just off the trail, more mysterious, more appealing. That's when I saw it. To my right, almost hidden behind a thicket of mountain laurel, was the faintest suggestion of a path. It wasn't marked, not with paint blazes on the trees or any kind of signpost. It looked more like a game trail, perhaps, or an old logger's track long since abandoned. It was narrow, overgrown, and angled steeply uphill, disappearing into the deeper shadows of the woods. My map showed the main trail making a wide, meandering loop back towards the camping area. This faint path, however, looked like it cut straight across, a potential shortcut. More importantly, it looked utterly deserted. This was it. This was the opportunity I'd been subconsciously looking for. A way to ditch the crowds, to find that sense of isolation and adventure. A shortcut, maybe saving me an hour or more, to getting me deeper into the woods faster. The ranger's warning about sticking to marked trails echoed faintly in the back of my mind, but I dismissed it. That was for people who didn't know how to read a compass, who panicked easily. I was prepared. I had my map, my gear. What could go wrong? And the name Dead Woman Hollow. I glanced at my map again. This faint trail seemed to be heading directly towards that generally marked area. A flicker of unease, maybe. A tiny, rational voice suggesting that perhaps there's a reason a trail leading into an area named Dead Woman Hollow isn't well maintained or marked. But I silenced it quickly. It was just a name. Just history. Taking an unmarked trail wasn't inviting trouble. It was just hiking. Real hiking. I checked behind me. A large group was approaching, their voices carrying clearly up the path. Decision made. With a thrill of minor rebellion and anticipation, I stepped off the wide, worn main trail and pushed through the laurel branches. The moment I stepped onto that faint path, the noise from the main trail seemed to instantly recede, muffled by the dense undergrowth. The air felt cooler here, the shadows deeper. It was quiet, profoundly quiet. And for the first few moments, that quiet felt like exactly what I had been looking for. My mistake, my deadly mistake as it turned out, wasn't just choosing the shortcut. It was choosing to ignore the weight of a name, the echo of a past tragedy, and the palpable feeling that some paths are left untrodden for a very good reason. I took my first steps deeper into the embrace of the silent woods, a knave smile on my face, utterly oblivious to the fact that I had just crossed a threshold I should never have approached. The transition was immediate and stark. One moment I was on a wide, sun-dappled path, surrounded by the ambient noise of fellow humans enjoying nature. The next, I was enveloped by a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight. The thick canopy overhead swallowed the sunlight, casting the narrow, overgrown trail ahead in a perpetual twilight. Branches clawed at my clothes and pack as I pushed forward, the ground soft and uneven underfoot, littered with decaying leaves that muffled my steps almost completely. For the first 10 minutes, I felt a surge of satisfaction. This was real hiking. No crowds, no noise, just me in the wild. The challenge of navigating the barely their path, ducking under low-hanging boughs and stepping over fallen logs, felt like an achievement. I was forging my own way, relying on my wits and my compass. But the initial thrill began to curdle surprisingly quickly. The silence, which I'd craved, started to feel less like peace and more like absence. Where were the birds? Usually, even in deep woods, you hear the chatter of squirrels, the call of a distant crow, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush. Here, there was nothing, just the sound of my own breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud, and the occasional soft thud of my boots on the damp earth. The air was still and heavy, carrying the scent of decay, and something else up, something vaguely metallic, like old blood, though I tried to dismiss that thought as my imagination running wild, influenced by the area's name. The trail itself was bizarre. In some places, it almost vanished entirely, forcing me to cast around, scanning the trees for any sign of passage, a slightly less dense patch of ferns, an unnaturally bent sapling. In other spots, I'd find odd markers, not the official painted blazes, but things like a strip of faded, grimy cloth to a branch, almost camouflaged against the bark, or small cairns of stones stacked in a way that felt deliberate but somehow wrong. They didn't look like trail markers. They looked like memorials or warnings. I saw a few broken branches along the way, snapped cleanly in a way that suggested something large had passed through recently. Yet there were no discernible footprints on the soft ground other than my own. It was confusing, unsettling. I pulled out my map and compass more frequently than I cared to admit. According to the map, this area should have been hilly but manageable. The reality felt different. The incline seemed steeper, the woods denser than depicted, and the trail, or what I perceived to be the trail, didn't seem to be heading quite as directly towards the main loop as I'd initially thought. It seemed to be drawing me deeper into the hollow, into the darkest, thickest part of the woods represented on the map simply as a large, featureless green expanse labeled Dead Woman Hollow. A shiver traced its way down my spine, despite the exertion of the hike. The ranger's words about the incident echoed in my mind, no longer feeling like distant history, but like a relevant, chilling piece of context for my current location. It was then that I heard the first distinct sound that wasn't my own. A sharp snap of a twig breaking, somewhere off to my right, startlingly close. I froze, straining my ears. Silence rushed back in, absolute and complete. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy. "Anyone there?" Nothing. Probably just a deer, I told myself quickly. A squirrel dropping a nut. Perfectly normal woodland sounds. Except it hadn't sounded like a small animal. It sounded heavier, and it had felt deliberate. I scanned the dense woods. Peering into the deep shadows between the thick tree trunks, I saw nothing. But the distinct feeling of being watched began to prickle at the back of my neck. A primitive, instinctual awareness that I was not alone. My pace quickened slightly, my earlier confidence replaced by a nervous energy. I started looking over my shoulder every few steps, my senses on high alert. Every creak of a branch in the non-existent wind, every flicker of movement caught in the periphery of my vision made my heart jump. The woods felt different now. Not just quiet, but hostile. Even. I kept telling myself it was just paranoia, the effect of isolation, and the spooky name of the place working on my psyche. I was a rational person. I didn't believe in the ghosts or lingering evil spirits, but rationality felt like a thin shield against the oppressive atmosphere closing in around me. I must have been hiking on this side path for nearly an hour, much longer than I anticipated my shortcut would take. The light was fading faster under the dense canopy than it would be out in the open, and the temperature was dropping. Doubt was rapidly turning into regret. This was stupid, incredibly stupid. Why had I left the marked trail? Why had I ignored the ranger, ignored the unsettling name, ignored the basic principles of safe hiking? Just to save some time and avoid a few noisy families. Then I saw it. Or rather, I sensed it first and saw a blur of movement. Up ahead, maybe 50 yards along the path, something darted with impossible speed from behind one massive oak tree to another. It wasn't a deer, the movement was too low, too quick, tug vertical. It wasn't a bear, too slender, too furtive. For a split second, I had the impression of something human-shaped, but distorted, unnaturally thin and fast. It was gone before my brain could fully process it. "Hey!" I yelled. Louder this time, my voice cracking with a fear I could no longer deny. "Who's there?" The silence that answered was more terrifying than any sound could have been. It pressed in on me, thick and suffocating. There was no doubt anymore. Someone or something was in these woods with me, and the feeling wasn't just that I was being watched. It was that I was being hunted, stalked. The profound sense of being unwelcome solidified into a certainty that I had trespassed somewhere I absolutely should not have been, woken something that should have been left undisturbed. The stories, the named dead woman Hollow, the unsolved murder, it all crashed down on me with terrifying weight. Maybe it wasn't just history. Maybe whatever darkness had touched this place back in the 80s hadn't left. Maybe it was still here. And now it knew I was here too. My heart hammered against my ribs, cold dread washing over me. I had to get out. Turning back seemed like the only option, but as I slowly turned, the sickening feeling intensified. The feeling of being watched wasn't just coming from ahead anymore. It was behind me now too. Close. Turning around was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Every instinct screamed at me to run blindly, but I knew that panicking in unfamiliar, treacherous terrain was a good way to get seriously injured or hopelessly lost. With my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, I forced myself to take measured, deliberate steps back the way I'd come. The feeling of being watched was now almost unbearable, a tangible pressure on my back and neck. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see something standing there, just beyond the edge of perception, but the woods remained stubbornly empty, offering only shadows and silence. The silence itself felt menacing now, like a predator holding its breath. The path back seemed different. Had this fallen log been here before? Was this thicket of thorns always blocking the way? It felt as though the forest was actively conspiring against me, shifting and changing to impede my escape. Or perhaps my stalker was subtly guiding me, hurting me. The thought sent a fresh wave of icy fear through me. My compass needle trembled slightly in my hand, and while it still pointed north, my sense of direction felt utterly scrambled. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to warp perception, making familiar landmarks look alien, twisting the already faint trail into a confusing labyrinth. I pushed aside a low-hanging branch, sticky with some kind of sap, and recoiled as I heard it distinct, rhythmic footsteps behind me. Soft, mirroring my own pace, but definitely there. Thud, thud, thud matching my steps on the leafy ground. I froze, breath caught in my throat. The footsteps stopped when I stopped. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, I turned my head. Nothing. Just the dense and different woods. Was I imagining it? Was the sheer terror manufacturing sounds? I started walking again, faster this time, almost stumbling. Thud, thud, the footsteps resumed, keeping pace. Closer now. I risked another glance back, a jerky, fearful movement. For a fraction of a second, through a gap in the trees, maybe 30 yards behind me, I saw it, a pale blur. Not white, but a sickly, grayish color like old linen or faded bone. It was vaguely human-shaped but elongated, unnaturally thin, and it seemed to ripple or waver at the edges like heat haze. It vanished behind a thick trunk before I could fully focus, but the image was burned into my mind. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't another hiker. It was wrong. That glimpse shattered the last vestiges of my forced calm. Rational thought dissolved into pure, primal terror. The memory of the murdered woman, the grim name of the Hollow, the feeling of being hunted, it all coalesced into a single imperative escape. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I didn't care about noise or injury. I lunged forward, crashing through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face and arms, thorns tearing at my clothes. Adrenaline surged through me, lending strength to my legs. I scrambled over fallen trees, half slid down muddy slopes, gasping for air, my lungs burning. Behind me, I could hear rustling, snapping branches, the sounds of pursuit, sometimes seeming impossibly close, sometimes fading slightly, as if toying with me. I didn't dare look back again. I ran blindly, guided only by a desperate hope that I was heading back towards the main trail, towards safety, towards other people. The woods seemed endless, a suffocating green and brown prison. Just as my legs began to buckle, just as despair threatened to overwhelm the terror, I saw a flash of brighter light through the trees. The sound of distant voices, muffled but unmistakably human. With a final agonized burst of effort, I burst through a wall of ferns and stumbled out onto the wide, reassuringly solid path of the main trail. I collapsed onto my hands and knees, gasping, sucking in huge lungfuls of air. My body was trembling uncontrollably, my face wet with sweat and tears. Sunlight, blessedly normal sunlight, fell on my back. A group of hikers coming down the trail stopped and stared, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. "Whoa, buddy, you okay?" One of them asked, stepping forward. I looked up, my eyes wild, my clothes torn, arms and face crisscrossed with bleeding scratches. I wanted to scream about the trail, about the thing in the woods, about Dead Woman Hollow. But what could I say? That I'd gotten lost on an unmarked path, that I thought I saw something pale and wavering stalking me, that I heard footsteps matching my own. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. They'd think I was crazy or high. I looked back towards the dense wall of trees from which I'd emerged. There was no sign of the faint pain I had taken. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed it up, leaving no trace, erasing my mistake. Yeah, I managed to rasp, forcing a shaky smile. Yeah, fine. Just tripped. Took a tumble off the path for a second. I scrambled to my feet, brushing myself off, trying desperately to appear normal. The hikers exchanged skeptical glances but nodded slowly and continued on their way, occasionally looking back at the disheveled, mud-streaked man trying to regain his composure. I practically ran the rest of the way back to the ranger station in my car, casting fearful glances into the woods lining the trail. Everything looked normal now, peaceful even. But it didn't feel normal. Not to me. I drove away from Mitchok's forest with the windows rolled up tight and the radio blasting, but I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching me from the trees lining the highway. That was months ago. I haven't been camping since. I try to tell myself it was just panic, an overactive imagination fueled by a grim name and deep wood solitude. Maybe the pale shape was a trick of the light. Maybe the footsteps were echoes, or my own blood pounding in my ears. Maybe, but the feeling lingers. Sometimes, even in my own apartment, I feel it, that prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched from the corner of the room. When I walk near parks or wooded areas, I see movement at the edge of my vision, fleeting shapes darting behind trees. Was it just a deer that day? Or my imagination running wild in a place stained by tragedy? Or was it something else? Maybe the spirit of the poor woman murdered there. Or worse, whatever killed her. I don't know. I can never know for sure. All I know is that I took the wrong trail in Dead Woman Hollow, and whatever I encountered there Whatever I disturbed, I don't think it stayed behind when I left. I think in some way it followed me home, and I fear it's still watching, waiting, just beyond the edge of sight. My name is Michael Allen, or at least that's the name I answer to, the name on my driver's license, the name my increasingly frantic sister uses when she leaves voicemails I no longer listen to. Lately, I feel less like Michael Allen and more like something else. Something rustling just beneath the surface, scratching to get out. Maybe writing this down will help. Maybe it'll just prove what they're probably already whispering, that Michael Allen's gone completely around the bend. But it started, I'm sure of it, with that camping trip. My ill-fated excursion into the woods near Columbia, Pennsylvania, a place I now know hums with a kind of energy I was dangerously naive to ignore. Why Pennsylvania, Columbia? Honestly, it was mostly arbitrary. I needed to get away. Work had become a pressure cooker. My apartment felt like a cage, and the city noise was a constant, grinding headache. I craved silence, solitude, the kind of deep green quiet you can only find miles from anywhere. I'd read online about the hiking trails along the Susquehanna River, particular around the looming outcrop known as Chickies Rock. Pictures showed dense forests, dramatic cliffs, and the wide, slow-moving river, exactly the kind of scenery I thought would soothe my frayed nerves. I packed my tent, sleeping bag, enough dehydrated meals to last a few days, and drove west, chasing a peace I desperately needed. I remember arriving in the area, the small towns dotting the landscape giving way to increasingly thick woods. Columbia itself had that old river town feel, bricks weathered by time and humidity. I stopped at a local diner for a late lunch before heading out. That's where I first heard the name, uttered in low tones between two older gentlemen in the booth behind me. Al Batwitch. It sounded absurd, like something from a poorly written fantasy novel. My curiosity piqued. I lingered over my coffee, eavesdropping shamelessly. They spoke of small, hairy creatures, vaguely humanoid, that lived in the woods, particularly around Chickies Rock. Pranksters, mostly, they said, known for stealing apples, sometimes throwing them at people or cars. They supposedly made strange whip-cracking sounds, high-pitched and unsettling. One of the men chuckled, saying his grandkid swore one snatched an apple right out of his hand near the park entrance last fall. I scoffed internally. Local folklore. Every rural area has its tales, Bigfoot, Mothman, Jersey Devil, quirky little stories to scare tourists or explain bumps in the night. And Albert Witch, a tiny apple-obsessed cryptid. It seemed almost charmingly ridiculous. I paid my bill, dismissing the conversation as local color, nothing more. If anything, it added a little spice to my adventure. Maybe I'd see a particularly hairy squirrel and have my own Al Batwitch story to laugh about later. Oh, the staggering depth of my ignorance. The sheer, arrogant folly of dismissing something just because it sounds absurd. Finding the trailhead wasn't difficult, but it quickly became apparent that the path I chose wasn't the main, well-trodden route up Chickies Rock. This was a smaller, less defined trail leading deeper into the forested hills away from the popular overlooks. Perfect, I thought. More seclusion. The initial part of the hike was pleasant enough. Sunlight dappled through the thick canopy, birdsong echoed around me, and the air smelled rich and earthy. But the further I walked, the quieter it became. The birds seemed to fade away, replaced by an almost unnerving stillness. The woods grew denser, the trees older, their branches twisting together overhead like arthritic fingers, blocking out more and more of the sun. I checked my map and compass periodically. I was heading roughly parallel to the river, but deeper inland than I'd initially planned. The trail markers had disappeared miles back. No matter, I told myself. Getting a little lost is part of the adventure, but a prickle of unease started somewhere deep in my gut. It wasn't fear exactly, more a feeling of being observed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, catching flickers of movement in my peripheral vision that vanished when I looked directly. Probably just deer, I reasoned, or shadows playing tricks. The silence, though, was pervasive. Not a peaceful silence, but a heavy waiting one. Hours passed. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the limited sky visible through the trees in hues of orange and purple. I knew I needed to find a suitable spot to make camp soon. My legs ached, my pack felt heavier with each step, and my stomach rumbled insistently. I hadn't eaten since the diner, relying on water and misplaced confidence. That's when I saw it. Off to the side of the barely there path, nestled in a small clearing bathed in the fading golden light, was an old tree stump. It was covered in vibrant green moss, thick and plush, looking almost velvet like in the soft light. And sitting squarely on top of it, perfectly centered, it was an apple. Not just any apple, it was flawless. A deep, glossy red, the kind you see in advertisements or fairy tales. Perfectly round without a single bruise, blemish, or wormhole. It gleamed softly, looking utterly, bizarrely out of place in this wild, untamed setting, miles from any orchard, miles from any sign of recent human passage beyond my own muddy boot prints. It wasn't resting in the moss, but on it, as if carefully placed there only moments before. I stopped dead in my tracks, staring. My first thought was confusion. Who would leave a perfect apple on a stump in the middle of nowhere? It made no sense. Litter, perhaps, but it was too pristine, dropped by another hiker, unlikely on this obscure path, and even less likely it would land so perfectly upright. Then, unbidden, the diner conversation surfaced. Albowich, known for stealing apples, sometimes throwing them. I pushed the thought away almost violently. Ridiculous. Utterly patently ridiculous. It was a coincidence. A weird, random happenstance. Nothing more. My stomach cramped with hunger again, louder this time. The apple looked incredibly appealing. Juicy, crisp, vibrant. A perfect, natural snack sitting right there. Practically offered up. The rational part of my brain screamed warnings. Don't eat strange food found in the woods! Basic survival sense. Common sense. But the hunger, the fatigue, and that damnable dismissal of the local Lorik they conspired against reason. It's just an apple, I told myself. Probably fell out of someone's pack. Or maybe some eccentric local leaves them out for it well. For whatever reason eccentric locals do things. It wasn't magic. It wasn't an offering from some mythical woodland gremlin. It was just fruit. I stepped closer. The apple seemed to almost glow in the dimming light. I reached out, my fingers hesitating just above its smooth skin. The silence of the woods pressed in, heavy and expectant. Taking a breath, I snatched it up. It felt cool and firm in my hand. Perfect weight. I turned it over, inspecting it minutely. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing at all. My hunger won the war against my flickering caution. With a shrug meant to convince myself more than any unseen audience, I brought the apple to my lips and took a bite. The skin broke with a satisfying snap. The flesh was crisp, incredibly juicy, and surprisingly sweet, with just a hint of tartness. It tasted perfect. Absolutely, divinely perfect. Better than any apple I'd ever eaten. I devoured it quickly, core and all, suddenly ravenous. The sticky sweetness coated my tongue. For a moment, standing there in the twilight clearing, licking apple juice from my fingers, I felt a sense of profound satisfaction, a wave of relief washing over my tiredness. The nagging doubt was silenced by the sheer deliciousness of the fruit. Just an apple, I thought again, tossing the stem into the undergrowth. Just a perfectly normal, albeit inexplicably placed apple. My mistake wasn't just dismissing the legends. My mistake was eating the evidence. Wiping my mouth on my sleeve, I shouldered my pack, feeling slightly renewed, and pushed onward, deeper into the woods, searching for a place to spend the night, utterly oblivious to the change that had already begun. The energy surge from the apple didn't last long. As dusk bled into true night, a heavy weariness settled deep into my bones. The woods transformed around me, trees became looming silhouettes, shadows pooled like ink, and the comfortable familiarity of the forest floor gave way to uncertain, treacherous footing. Every snapping twig under my boots sounded unnaturally loud in the deepening quiet. I needed to stop, plain and simple. About half an hour after finishing the apple, I stumbled into a small, relatively flat clearing, barely larger than needed for my small one-man tent. It felt adequate. Not welcoming, certainly not comforting, but functional. The oppressive silence I had noted earlier seemed to have returned, blanketing the woods in a stillness that felt less peaceful and more like a held breath. Setting up camp was automatic motions learned from years of seeking solace in nature. Unpack the tent, snap the poles together, stake down the corners. The familiar actions felt grounding, a small pocket of routine normalcy in the encroaching strangeness. I unrolled my sleeping bag and inflated the sleeping pad, the hissing sound oddly comforting. I even managed to get my small camp stove going to heat water for a pouch of beef stroganoff, a meal that now seems ludicrously mundane given what the night held in store. As I ate, perched on a log just outside the tent flap, I scanned the impenetrable darkness surrounding my little pool of headlamp light. Nothing. Just trees, darkness, and that heavy, expectant silence. The memory of the apple flickered, its unnatural perfection, its bizarre placement. I pushed it down again, attributing the lingering unease to fatigue and the inherent spookiness of being alone in the deep woods at night. I cleaned up, stored my Ford bag properly away from the tent. Bears, at least, were a rational concern, and finally crawled inside, zipping the flap securely shut. The thin nylon walls felt like scant protection against it. Well, against what? I didn't know. That was the problem. Lying there in my sleeping bag, headlamp switched off, I listened. At first, only the gentle sounds of the woods breathing, the sight of a light breeze through the upper branches, the distant gurgle of unseen water, the occasional chirp of a night insect. I started to relax, the exhaustion pulling at my eyelids. Maybe the weirdness of the day, the strange apple, the overheard diner tales were just getting to me. Maybe I just needed sleep. Then I heard it. Crack! It was sharp, sudden, and loud, like a bullwhip slicing through the air. My eyes snapped open in the pitch darkness. My heart gave a painful lurch. What the hell was that? It didn't sound like a breaking branch. There was no splintering noise, just that clean, vicious crack. It seemed to come from somewhere off to my right, maybe 50 yards away. I held my breath, straining my ears. Silence returned, thick and suffocating, probably just an unusual echo. A dead tree limb finally giving way. I tried to rationalize, my brain scrambling for a plausible, non-terrifying explanation. Minutes passed. Just as I started to convince myself it was nothing, it came again. Crack! Closer this time. Definitely closer. And this time, it was followed by a faint rustling in the underbrush. My blood ran cold. That sound whipped cracking sounds, high-pitched and unsettling. The words from the diner conversation echoed in my mind, no longer amusing folklore, but a chillingly accurate description. Albatwitch. The name felt like ice against my spine. I fumbled for my powerful flashlight, my fingers clumsy with sudden adrenaline. Clicking it on, I aimed the beam through the mesh window of the tent towards the source of the sound. The powerful white light cut through the darkness, illuminating a dense wall of trees and tangled bushes, but nothing else. No glowing eyes, no lurking figures, no hairy little apple thieves. Just the woods, looking completely ordinary yet feeling utterly menacing. Then something hit the side of the tent. Thump. Softly like a large raindrop or a falling acorn. I flinched, swinging the flashlight beam towards the impact point. Nothing. Another thump, this time on the roof. Then another against the back wall. Pitter-patter thump. It wasn't rain. The rhythm was too sporadic, the impacts too distinct. Pebbles. Someone was throwing pebbles at my tent. Or maybe small apples. The thought landed with sickening certainty. The legend. Throwing apples. The apple I found on the stump. The perfect apple I ate. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't random. This wasn't coincidence. The woods weren't just woods. They were territory. And I had trespassed, taken something I shouldn't have. Eating that apple felt less like a simple mistake now and more like accepting a contract. Or swallowing a key. Crack. Another whip sound startlingly close, just beyond the thin nylon wall. Followed immediately by a small fusillade of impact against the tent fabric. Thump, thump, patter, thud. It sounded like handfuls of gravel, or perhaps crab apples. I could almost imagine small, hairy hands scooping them up, Flinging them with mischievous, unsettling accuracy, panic began to set in, cold and sharp. I was alone, miles from help, surrounded by something unseen, something that was clearly aware of me, toying with me. I scrambled backwards in my sleeping bag, pressing myself against the far wall of the tent, clutching the flashlight like a weapon. Its beam danced wildly across the tent interior, casting huge, distorted shadows. Every rustle outside, every distant snap, every thump against the fabric, fresh sent jolts of terror through me. Was I losing my mind? Was this some elaborate hallucination brought on by stress, solitude, and a suggestible mind primed by local ghost stories? I desperately wanted to believe that, but the sounds were too real, too consistent. The whip crack sliced through the air with palpable force. The impacts on the tent were solid, undeniable. And underneath it all, the memory of the apple resonated, its taste, its perfection, its silent offering on that mossy stump. It felt like the source, the catalyst for this nightmare. The rest of the night was an agony of sleepless vigilance. The sounds continued intermittently. Sometimes the whip cracks would echo further away, lulling me into a false sense of respite, only to erupt suddenly right outside the tent. The pelting would stop for an hour, I then return with renewed intensity. I didn't dare look outside again. I just lay there, rigid with fear, listening to the sounds of the Albert Witch, because I no longer doubted what it was circling my camp, announcing its presence, reminding me of my transgression. I felt trapped, vulnerable, like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Finally, agonizingly slowly, the first hints of dawn began to filter through the trees. The deep blackness outside softened to gray, then to a pale, watery blue. As the light grew, the sounds faded. The whip crack ceased. The pelting stopped. Silence returned, but this time it felt different, empty, exhausted, like the aftermath of a storm. I waited until the sun was properly up, casting long shadows through the trees, before daring to unzip the tent. My hands shook uncontrollably. I peered out cautiously. The clearing looked normal. Dew sparkled on the leaves. Birds had begun to sing their morning chorus, a world away from the terror of the night. But scattered around my tent, glinting in the morning light, were dozens of small, hard objects. Not pebbles. They were tiny, gnarled, greenish-brown fruits, vaguely apple-like but unlike any crab apple I'd ever seen. Hard as rocks. All batch apples. I didn't linger to investigate. The urge to flee was overwhelming. Forget the rest of the hike. Forget solitude. Forget peace. I needed civilization, noise, people, anything but these woods. I broke down camp in record time, stuffing gear haphazardly into my pack, my eyes constantly scanning the surrounding trees. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every rustle sounded like an approaching footstep. The hike back felt twice as long, fueled by adrenaline and lingering terror. I didn't stop, didn't rest, didn't eat, until I burst out of the woods near the road where I'd parked my car, gasping for breath, feeling like I'd escaped something ancient and deeply, fundamentally wrong. I threw my pack in the trunk, got in, locked the doors, and drove away as fast as I possibly could, leaving the woods near Columbia and whatever lurked within behind me, or so I thought. The drive back was a blur of highway hypnosis and caffeine jitters. I pushed my car, engine whining in protest, needing desperately to put miles between myself and those suffocating woods near Columbia. Every tree lining the road seemed to lean in menacingly. Every shadow held the phantom shape of something small and hairy. I drank gas station coffee that tasted like battery acid and tried to piece together the night before, searching for the cracks where logic could seep in and dilute the terror. Sleep deprivation, I told myself. Stress. An overactive imagination fueled by local ghost stories and finding a randomly discarded piece of fruit. The sounds. Animals surely. Woodpeckers maybe. Or maybe the wind playing tricks. The pebbles, the crab apples. Probably just acorns or debris hitting the tent in the dark, magnified by fear into something sinister. By the time I pulled into my apartment parking lot, exhausted and smelling faintly of sweat and stale fear, I had almost convinced myself. Almost. It was just a bad camping trip. A really, really bad camping trip. Stepping back into my apartment felt like entering an alien world. The familiar clutter, the faint smell of stale air, the muffled sounds of neighbors, it was jarring after the intense silence, and then the intense noise of the woods. I showered for a long time, scrubbing away the grime and trying to wash away the feeling of being watched. The memory of those cracks slicing the night air. I threw my camping gear into a closet, not wanting to even look at it. For the first few days, I tried desperately to slot back into my old life. Went back to the office. I endured pointless meetings, stared blankly at spreadsheets. I ate bland food, watched mindless television, sought refuge in the mundane, but the edges were frayed. My concentration was shot. I jumped at loud noises, a car backfiring, a door slamming. Sleep offered little escape, plagued by fragmented nightmares of dark woods, leering shadows, and the unnerving crunch of biting into perfect, ruby red fruit. Then the sound started again, faintly at first. A distinct crack, sharp and quick, heard over the hum of the office air conditioning. I froze head cocked. Did anyone else react? No, just noise pollution, I rationalized. Construction somewhere. A truck hitting a pothole. But it happened again a few days later while I was walking home. Crack. Clear as a bell, seemingly originating from the branches of a sycamore tree overhead. I scanned the leaves, the trunk, the surrounding buildings. Nothing. Just an ordinary street, ordinary trees, ordinary sounds. Except for that sound. The Albat Witch sound. It started low, maybe once or twice a week, but the frequency increased. In the dead of night in my silent apartment, echoing faintly in a crowded supermarket aisle. Sometimes sharp and close, sometimes distant and distorted like a memory surfacing. Always, only I seemed to hear it. The whip cracks were following me, haunting me, reminding me. Around the same time the urges began, it started with apples. I'd always been indifferent to them, eating one occasionally if offered. Now I felt drawn to them. I bought a huge bag at the store, far more than I could eat. Then another, red different varieties. Red Delicious, Gala, Honeycrisp, Granny Smith. I found myself arranging them in bowls, lining them up on my kitchen counter, admiring their shapes, their colors. The smooth, cool skin felt comforting. Satisfying. I started carrying one in my pocket almost constantly, the weight of strange reassurance. Then came the climbing thing. It was bizarre. Standing at my window, looking down at the street, I'd feel this pull, this weirdly physical yearning to be up. Looking at sturdy trees in the park, I'd assess their branches, unconsciously mapping routes upward. I even caught myself staring intently at the fire escape on the building opposite, my palms itching with a sensation I couldn't name. The urge to ascend, to find a high perch, felt primal, deeply illogical, yet increasingly insistent. My carefully constructed dam of denial was crumbling. The sounds, the apple obsession, the climbing urge, they weren't random symptoms of stress. They were specific. They mirrored the legends, the folklore I had so arrogantly dismissed. The Albat Witch, apple thieves, creatures of the trees, known for their whip, crack sounds, and pelting victims with fruit. My mind kept circling back to that perfect apple on the stump. Eating it had it been like accepting a parasite. Had a seed of the Albat Witch's nature been planted within me? The incident with Mrs. Henderson's cat cemented the horror. It was a fat, ginger tabby, usually lazy, but I saw it one afternoon stalking a robin near the apartment hedges. Something snapped inside me. A boiling, territorial rage I didn't recognize. It felt invasive, alien. Before I even consciously decided to act, my hand dipped into my pocket, closed around the apple I now carried habitually, and flung it. Hard. It hit the flagstones near the cat with a sharp crack of its own, startling the bird into flight and sending the tabby scrambling under a bush, spitting fearfully. I stood there, hand still raised, trembling, horrified. Not just at the impulsive violence, but at the satisfaction I felt. The surge of possessive anger over that small patch of ground, the throwing motion, the impact, it had felt disturbingly natural. Right? I don't go outside much anymore. My sister calls, her voice tight with worry on the voicemails I don't answer. Michael, please call me. People at work are asking questions. Are you okay? How can I explain? How can I tell her that the whip cracks are almost constant now? A background static to my life. That my small apartment is filled with apples, dozens of them, tucked away in cupboards, drawers, under the bed hoarded, guarded. That I spend hours staring out the window, not down at the street, but up at the rooftops, feeling the desperate, clawing need to climb, to find the highest point. Sometimes I catch my reflection. My eyes seem wider, darker. My movements feel quicker, more furtive. Am I imagining the way my fingers seem to curl slightly, like they're gripping a branch? Am I imagining the faint, musky, earthy smell that seems to cling to me no matter how much I shower? Maybe I am just Michael Allen, losing his mind after a terrifying night alone in the woods. Maybe this is just trauma, manifesting in elaborate folklore-themed delusions. But as I sit here now, writing this, perched not on my chair, but crouched somewhat awkwardly on top of my sturdy oak bookshelf, the highest point in my apartment, I hear it. Crack, sharp and clear, right outside my window. And the urge to answer, to climb higher, to find more apples, to guard this territory gets overwhelming. I look at the apples piled around me on the shelf, their red skins gleaming in the dim light. Perfect apples. Just like the one I found sitting on that mossy stump deep in the woods near Columbia. Such a simple thing, such a deadly mistake. The albatwitch doesn't just steal apples. Sometimes, it seems, it offers them and changes you forever. I think part of me is starting to like it. All right, let me set the record straight from the get-go. People talk. They spin yarns, especially about places like Quiana, places tucked away where the woods feel older and darker than they have any right to be. My name's Daniel Wright, and yeah, I was there. I went camping near the old Kuhn's Camp ruins last fall. And yes, something happened. But the stories you might have heard, the whispers about curses and shadows and things that follow you home, mostly bull, cooked up by folks who get spooked by a branch snapping in the dark. The truth is simpler, though maybe not any less unsettling. But don't mistake me for some wide-eyed victim. I knew what I was getting into, more or less. Or at least, I thought I did. See, I've always been drawn to the edges of maps, the forgotten corners. Grew up reading treasure maps, tales of lost mines, hidden caches. Maybe it's just in my blood, this itch for something more, something hidden just out of sight. Some call it greed. Maybe they're right. I prefer opportunistic. Quahana Wild Area in Pennsylvania always had that pull. It's vast, remote, the kind of place where you can walk for days and see nothing but trees, and maybe a deer staring back at you with those unnervingly still eyes. It's got history, too. Old logging towns swallowed by the forest, remnants of Cold War era research facilities, and Whispersp always whispers. The one that snagged me, the one that led me to pack my gear and head into that green maze, was about Kuhn's Camp. It wasn't even a proper camp anymore, just ruins. But the story went that old man Kuhn's, the last guy to run the hunting lodge there before it was abandoned sometime in the mid-20th century, was eccentric. Paranoid, maybe. Didn't trust banks, the government, didn't trust much of anyone, apparently. The legend claimed he'd stashed his life savings, maybe valuables pilfered over years, somewhere within the camp itself before the state took the land or whatever forced him out. Most people laughed it off, local folklore, campfire tales. But the way some old-timers mentioned it, with a certain glint in their eye, that stuck with me. What made the Kuhn's Camp story different, more compelling than your average buried treasure myth, was the description of the ruins themselves. They weren't just collapsed log cabins. Kuhn's, or whoever built the original structures, had incorporated massive, house-sized boulders into the walls. Natural stone fused with decaying timber. Pictures I found online, grainy and few, showed these cyclopean rocks forming foundations, entire walls, chimneys. It fired the imagination. Where better to hide something valuable, something permanent, than within or between stones that had sat there for millennia and would likely sit there for millennia more. A natural vault. So, yeah. My trip wasn't just about enjoying the autumn foliage. though it was spectacular, all blazing reds and golds against the deep hemlock greens. It wasn't just about the solitude, though the quiet out there is profound, almost deafening. Deep down, the driving force was that whisper, that possibility. Find a loose stone, a hidden crevice, a marker only coons would know, and walk out significantly richer. Call it greed, call it adventure, call it stupidity. I called it a calculated risk with a potentially life-changing payoff. The hike-in was tougher than I expected. The trail marked on my map seemed more suggestion than reality after a while, fading into game trails and thick underbrush. The air grew heavy, damp, smelling of leaf mold and wee earth. Fewer birds sang, the squirrels seemed to vanish. It felt like the woods were watching, holding their breath. I pushed the feeling down, chalked up to nerves, the weight of my pack, the exertion. I'm not easily spooked. Or so I told myself. Late afternoon, sunlight slanting low through the canopy, I found it. The clearing opened up suddenly, littered with the bones of the old camp. It was striking. The pictures hadn't done it justice. These weren't just big rocks, they were colossal. Gray behemoths humped over the forest floor, streaked with moss and time. Crumbling log walls sagged against them. Sections of roof beams lay like broken ribs, half buried in leaves. A stone chimney stood defiant, a jagged finger pointing at the sky, built against the flat face of one of the largest boulders. The sheer scale, the way nature and ruin were intertwined, was breathtaking and undeniably creepy. The silence here was different, not peaceful, but expectant, waiting. I set up my tent a respectable distance away, near the edge of the clearing, but close enough to explore before dark. The main structure, or what was left of it, was clearly the lodge. You could trace the outline, see where rooms might have been. The integration with the boulders was ingenious. One massive stone formed the entire back wall, its rough surface seeming to flow right into the wooden joinery. Another, split naturally down the middle, had formed a kind of alcove, maybe a sheltered porch or storage area. It was in these joins, these interfaces between human construction and ancient geology, that my attention focused. Where would a paranoid old man hide his treasure? Not buried in the open ground, too obvious, too easy to disturb. No, it would be somewhere clever. Somewhere permanent. Somewhere within the stones. I started my search methodically, running my hands along the junctions where wood met rock, probing crevices with my knife, tapping stones, listening for hollow sounds. Most yielded nothing but spiders and damp moss. The sun dipped lower, painting the undersides of the leaves in shades of orange and purple. Long shadows stretched from the boulders, making the ruins look even more skeletal. A chill unrelated to the evening air crept up my spine. That feeling of being watched intensified. I shook it off again. Imagination. Anticipation. The lure of the supposed treasure was a strong antidote to fear. It was near the chimney, where it leaned against that massive, flat-faced boulder, that I noticed something. A section near the base, partially hidden by fallen overgrown weeds, looked different. The mortar between the chimney stones and the natural boulder face seemed less weathered here, almost like a patch. Or maybe a seam. My heart started hammering against my ribs. This felt right. It wasn't obvious, but it wasn't perfectly hidden either. Maybe Kuhns figured nobody would look this closely, or that the remoteness was security enough. I cleared away the weeds and loose rocks, my hands working faster now, excitement overriding caution. Behind the debris, wedged deep in the angle between the chimney's base and the sheer rock wall, was a dark gap. It wasn't natural. It looked like a space deliberately left, or perhaps a stone intentionally set back. Pushing aside a final, stubborn clump of roots and dirt, I saw it. Something metal. Dark, rusted, but definitely not rock. It was jammed tight, conforming to the narrow space. A box. An old iron-strapped box, nestled deep in the cold embrace of the stone. The whispers weren't just whispers. Kuhns, you magnificent paranoid old bastard, you actually did it. My breath hitched. This was it. The payoff. The deadly mistake wasn't finding it. The deadly mistake, the one I wouldn't understand until much, much later, was what I was about to do next. The greed, The sheer, overwhelming desire to see what was inside drowned out everything else, the growing dark, the oppressive silence, the prickling sensation on the back of my neck. All that mattered was getting that box open. The metal felt cold, colder than the surrounding stone, slick with damp earth. The box was heavier than it looked, wedged tight like a rotten tooth in a jawbone. Getting it out wasn't easy. I scraped my knuckles raw against the rough chimney stones, my breath pluming in the cooling air. The light was failing fast now, the clearing sinking into deep twilight blues and grays. Every scrape echoed too loudly in the stillness. I fumbled for my multi-tool, wedging the pry bar tip into a thin gap where the lid met the body. Rust flaked away under the pressure. My muscles strained, sweat cooling on my forehead despite the evening chill. Part of me, a small sane part, screamed to just leave it, get back to the tent, pack up, and hike out at first light. But the larger part, the one fueled by years of wanting, by the thrill of the hunt, by pure, unadulterated greed, wouldn't let go. It was right there. There was a sudden grating screech of metal on metal as the rusted hinge protested, then gave way. The lid groaned open a few inches. I hesitated, a sudden wave of not fear, exactly, but profound wrongness washing over me. The smell that drifted out wasn't just damp cellar mustiness. It was metallic, like old blood, overlaid with something else except something vaguely organic and full, like a dentist's office gone bad. I pushed the feeling down. Old things smell weird. Buried things smell worse. It meant nothing. Using the pry bar again, I forced the lid fully open. It clanged against the boulder behind it, the sound shockingly loud. I peered inside, heart thudding, pupils straining in the gloom. For a moment, I thought it was full of pebbles, or maybe strangely shaped fungi. Then my eyes adjusted. They weren't stones, human teeth. Dozens, maybe hundreds of them, piled haphazardly in the corroded metal box. Molars, incisors, canonists, all shapes and sizes. But that wasn't the worst part. Nearly every single one had been deliberately altered, filed down meticulously into wickedly sharp points like tiny, yellow daggers. Some looked ancient, brown and brittle. Others seemed unnervingly fresher, whiter. The sheer, obsessive dedication it must have taken my stomach lurched. This wasn't treasure. This was desecration. Who would do this? Why? Was this Kuhn's? Was this his secret, not gold, but trophies or evidence? My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but finding no purchase. The rumors hadn't mentioned anything like this. Greed curdled into revulsion. This wasn't valuable, it was grotesque. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to get away from it, to close the lid and pretend I never found it. And that's what I did. That's the story I stick to anyway. I slammed the lid shut, didn't even bother trying to wedge it back properly. Just shoved it back into the dark crevice, kicking loose dirt and leaves over it, trying to bury the sight, the smell, the feel of it from my mind. I didn't touch any of them, of course not. Why would I? Disgusting. I backed away quickly, stumbling over roots, my eyes darting towards the deepening shadows between the boulders. The clearing felt different now, hostile. The silence wasn't empty. It was thick, watchful, and deeply, deeply disapproving. I practically ran back to my tent, grabbing my pack, collapsing the tent poles with trembling hands, stuffing everything haphazardly inside. Forget waiting for morning. I wasn't spending another minute in this place. The hike out was a nightmare. I used my headlamp, its beam cutting a shaky tunnel through the oppressive darkness, but every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like footsteps behind me. The woods felt alive, pressing in, the trees like silent, accusing figures. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see I don't know what. Kuhn's ghost. Something worse. Something drawn by the disturbance, by the opening of that fool catch. I tripped, stumbled. I cursed my way back towards the faint suggestion of a trail, the image of those filed teeth burned into my retinas. It felt like hours. But eventually, the trees thinned, and I saw the blessed sight of my cart where the logging road became impassable. I threw my gear in the back, didn't even bother changing out of my muddy boots, and just drove. Didn't slow down until I hit the main highway, the welcome glare of streetlights reflecting on the wet asphalt. Only then did I allow myself to breathe, my heart still pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Safe. Back in the normal world, Coon's camp and its rotten secrets were behind me. It was just a creepy story, a weird, isolated incident, nothing more. I'd find another lead, another potential score. This one was just a bust, albeit a particularly repulsive one. The first few days back were fine. I showered, scrubbed the grime and the memory off me, told myself the lingering unease was just adrenaline wearing off. I unpacked my gear, tossing muddy clothes in the laundry. That's when I found the first one, reaching into the pocket of my hiking jacket, expecting to find a forgotten granola bar wrapper or maybe some loose change. My fingers closed around something small, hard, and sharp. I pulled it out, and it was a tooth, an incisor yellowed file to a needle point. My blood ran cold. How? It must have fallen into my pocket somehow. Bounced out of the box when I slammed the lid, got caught in the fabric. Yes, that had to be it. A flute. I still deeply unsettlingable. I stared at it, lying there in my palm, a tiny shard of the nightmare I thought I'd left behind. My first instinct was to throw it away, flush it, get rid of it immediately. But I didn't. I wrapped it carefully in a tissue and tucked it away in the back of my desk drawer, hid beneath old papers. Don't ask me why. Maybe some morbid part of me needed proof. Or maybe something else was already starting. A few days later, I was pulling on my hiking boots, intending to clean the dried mud off them finally. Something rattled inside one. Annoyed, thinking it was a pebble, I turned the boot upside down and shook it. Out onto the floor dropped not a stone, but another tooth. A molar this time, its cusp sharpened into cruel points. My denial started to fray. Okay, one tooth in the jacket pocket, maybe. But inside my tightly laced boot, a boot I hadn't worn since the hike out. That wasn't a fluke. That was impossible. I threw that one in the trash, slamming the lid down, feeling a prickle of real fear this time. It didn't stop. The next week, I bit down on something hard while eating cereal. Spitting it out into my hand, I stared in horror at a sharpened canine tooth mixed in with the flakes. My cereal, in my apartment, miles and days away from Quihana. Panic began to claw its way up my throat. This wasn't explainable. This wasn't coincidence. I hadn't brought them back. I knew I hadn't. I'd left them there in that rusted box, wedged between the stones. I'd swear to it, but they were here, finding me, appearing from nowhere, in my pockets when I got dressed, under my pillow when I woke up, nestled in the soap dish in the shower. Tiny, pointed, silent accusations. The keepsake I never wanted, delivered piece by horrifying piece. And the worst part, the feeling that this was only the beginning. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. How can you rest when you know, with absolute certainty, that you might wake up choking on a sharpened piece of human bone, or find one nestled against your eyeball when you rub the sleep away? Paranoia wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was my constant companion, whispering doubts about every shadow, every speck in my food, every itch under my clothes. I started eating only things I prepared myself, meticulously inspecting every ingredient, chewing cautiously, expecting that sudden, sickening crunch. I avoided pockets, shook out my shoes violently before putting them on, checked my bed sheets obsessively before lying down. My apartment, once a sanctuary, felt like hostile territory, seeded with tiny, pointed horrors waiting to be discovered. I lost weight. My eyes developed dark circles that made me look haunted, which felt appropriate. Friends noticed, of course. Asked if I was okay. I mumbled excuses, work stress, flu. Anything but the truth. How could I explain? Yeah, sorry I've been distant. I'm being relentlessly stalked by cursed, filed human teeth because I got greedy exploring some ruins. They'd think I was insane. Maybe I was. The line felt increasingly blurry. Did I try to get rid of them? God, yes. At first, I threw them in the trash, but they'd just reappear somewhere else, sometimes the same tooth. I was sure of it, mocking me with its resilience. I tried flushing them, but the next day I found one sitting calmly in the dry sink basin. I gathered a small handful once, drove miles out of town, and threw them off a bridge into a fast-moving river. The very next morning, 3 were lined up neatly on my bedside table, gleaming dully in the dawn light. It felt like they were multiplying, or perhaps being returned with interest. The thought of going back to Kuhn's camp, to return the single tooth I'd kept hidden, maybe to apologize to whatever spirit or entity resided there, crossed my mind. I even packed the car once, the wrapped tooth heavy in my pocket. But I only made it halfway back towards Quihana before an overwhelming sense of dread forced me to turn around. It felt like the woods themselves were pushing me away, warning me that going back wouldn't solve anything, that the connection was already made, the transaction completed. Kuhn's, or whatever lingered in those ruins, didn't want the teeth back. It wanted something else. I spent hours online, digging into the history of Kuhn's camp, the Quihana Wild area, looking for any mention of strange occurrences, missing persons, cult activity, anything that might explain the teeth. Found plenty about the logging history, the failed utopias, the Cold War research, even other ghost stories, but nothing about Kuhn's hiding file teeth, nothing about this specific brand of horror. It was as if my experience existed in a vacuum, disconnected from any known lore, making it feel even more personal, more targeted. The change started subtly, a nagging ache in my jaw, like I'd been grinding my teeth in my sleep. Then a sharpness when I ran my tongue over my canines. I dismissed it, thinking I'd chipped one, maybe on one of the infernal things that kept appearing in my food. I flossed more aggressively, checked my gums for swelling, but couldn't pinpoint anything specific. The dentist seemed like a logical step, but the thought of opening my mouth, of a stranger peering inside, potentially finding something, no. I couldn't risk it. What if one of those teeth was already in there? The real horror dawned one miserable Tuesday morning. I'd actually managed a few hours of broken sleep, waking up exhausted as usual. As I brushed my teeth, foam filling my mouth, I felt a sharp, searing pain in my upper jaw, far worse than the dull ache. It felt like something shifting. Spitting into the sink, I rinsed, my heart starting a familiar panicked rhythm. I leaned closer to the mirror, pulling back my lip. My reflection stared back wide-eyed, terrified, and wrong. So fundamentally wrong. On my teeth, they weren't mine anymore. The canines, always slightly prominent, were longer now, visibly sharper, tapering to points that looked unnervingly similar to the filed horrors I kept finding. Even my incisors seemed narrower, sharper at the edges. They gleamed under the bathroom light, looking predatory, alien in my own mouth. I touched one gingerly with my fingertip. It was hard, solid enamel, seamlessly part of me. But it wasn't my tooth. Not the one I was born with. That's when I finally understood. The lie I'd told myself, told everyone, that I'd left the teeth in the box was irrelevant. Maybe I did leave them physically, but I hadn't left them behind. Opening that box, driven by greed and morbid curiosity, I had disturbed something, forged a connection, taken a souvenir, not in my pocket, but in my soul, maybe. And the price of that keepsake was replacement. The teeth I kept finding, in my pockets, my shoes, my food, maybe they weren't just appearing from thin air. Maybe they were the ones I was shedding. My own dull, human teeth falling out unnoticed, discarded like old shells, only to be returned to me by whatever force now governed this grotesque exchange, while sharper, older, hungrier things grew in their place. Kuhn's camp didn't just keep secrets, it kept accounts. And I had incurred a debt. I don't look in the mirror much anymore. I feel the changes, though. The subtle shifts in my jawline. The way my bite feels sharper, more effective. Sometimes the dull ache returns, presumably heralding another replacement. I still find teeth, of course. They're part of my life now, constant reminders of that camping trip, of the mistake I made believing whispers of easy riches. I tell this story, not for sympathy, I deserve none, but as a warning. Some ruins are best left undisturbed. Some secrets should remain buried. And some treasures cost far more than you could ever imagine. The whispers about Kuhn's camp were true in a way. The old man did hide something, not gold but a legacy, a curse. And now, piece by piece, it's becoming mine, The Kuhn's camp keepsake isn't the box of teeth I found. It's what I'm becoming. Sharper, hungrier, waiting. My name is Owen Carter. That name probably doesn't mean anything to you, and honestly, I prefer it that way. Anonymity feels like the only scrap of normalcy I have left, a thin blanket I pull over myself hoping to muffle the echoes. But some nights, silence is the loudest sound there is, and the echoes just get pushed through. They whisper things I try to forget, remind me of choices I can't unmake, of a darkness I ran from, leaving someone else behind to be swallowed by it. That's the core of it, isn't it? The running. The guilt is a constant companion, a phantom weight pressing down on my chest, especially when I think about Pennsylvania and about those goddamn tunnels and about Sarah. Sarah. Even saying her name feels like scraping a raw nerve. We weren't just friends, we were that specific kind of inseparable you only find in your early 20s, fueled by cheap beer, shared dreams, and a restless energy that always seemed to be searching for the next thrill, the next boundary to push. She was the spark, usually. I was the more cautious one, the planner, the one who worried about logistics and consequences. But Sarah, she had this infectious enthusiasm, this way of making even the most questionable ideas sound like the adventure of a lifetime. Exploring the abandoned Pennsylvania Turnpike tunnels was her idea, naturally. She'd found some article online, maybe a post on an urban exploration forum. Grainy photos of colossal concrete mouths yawning into darkness, miles of forgotten highway sealed off from the world, decaying monuments to a bygone era. Owen, look at this, she'd said, shoving her laptop practically into my face, her eyes wide with that familiar gleam. Imagine it, pitch black, just us and the history, the ghosts. She always added the ghost part with a theatrical shiver, half joking, half maybe not. We both had a taste for the macabre, the unsettling beauty of decay. Old hospitals, abandoned factories, forgotten graveyards, we'd explored our share. But the tunnels felt different. Bigger, more serious, more final somehow. My initial reaction was hesitation. Miles of underground roadway, sealed off for decades. It screamed structural instability, bad air, getting hopelessly lost. I brought up the practicalities, the dangers. Sarah, people have died trying to get into places like that. I'd argued, trying to inject some reason into her excitement. Exactly. She'd shoot back, completely missing my point, or perhaps deliberately ignoring it. It's real, Owen. Not some curated haunted house. Real risk, real history. Think of the stories! She painted a picture of the silence broken only by our footsteps, the beams of our flashlights cutting through decades of undisturbed dust, the sheer scale of it all. She talked about the sidling hill and Rays Hill tunnels, twin behemoths bypassed by progress, left to rot in the Appalachian Mountains. Her enthusiasm, as always, was hard to resist. Slowly, meticulously, she wore down my defenses. The idea lodged itself in my brain, a dangerous seed taking root. The thought of that oppressive darkness, the echoing silence, the thrill of trespassing in such a monumental way, it started to exert its own morbid pull. So, we planned. Or rather, I planned, while Sarah mostly supplied the boundless energy. I spent hours online, scouring satellite maps, reading old news reports about the turnpike realignment, trying to find the safest, least conspicuous access points. I researched essential gear heavy-duty flashlights with backup batteries, lots of backup batteries, sturdy boots, basic first aid supplies, water purification tablets, protein bars, even a length of climbing rope, just in case. I insisted on telling a trusted third party, my roommate, Mark, exactly where we were going and when we expect to be back, with strict instructions to call for help if we missed our check-in time. Sarah rolled her eyes at my overkill, but she went along with it. All right, Mom, she teased. But I saw a flicker of appreciation in her eyes. Maybe some small part of her recognized the potential dangers too. The drive out to central Pennsylvania was filled with a strange mix of excitement and dread. We blasted music, sang off-key, snacked on junk food, the usual road trip rituals. But underneath the forced levity, there was a tension, an unspoken acknowledgement of the line we were about to cross. The closer we got, the quieter the car became. The rolling hills grew steeper, the forests denser. We were heading into the spine of the mountains, into territory that felt older, wilder. Finding an access point wasn't easy. The obvious entrances were sealed, barricaded, or under surveillance. We ended up parking the car on a secluded dirt road, hidden by thick summer foliage, then hiking through dense woods for nearly an hour, following a barely their trail indicated on one of my maps. The air was thick and humid, buzzing with insects. Then, through the trees, we saw it. It wasn't a grand, arched entrance like in some of the pictures. It was a ventilation shaft access point, a squat concrete structure half swallowed by weeds and vines, its heavy steel door long since pried open or rusted away, leaving a dark, jagged opening. The air wafting out felt unnaturally cold, carrying a smell of damp earth, stagnant water, and something else, something metallic like old rust and decay. It smelled like time itself had pooled and festered in there. "Ready," Sarah whispered, her voice tight with anticipation. She held her flashlight like a weapon, its beam probing the darkness within the opening. I took a deep breath, the damp, subterranean air filling my lungs. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was it. Point of no return. "As I'll ever be," I replied, forcing a confidence I didn't feel. I switched on my own flashlight. Powerful beam, cutting a swath through the oppressive blackness. We helped each other down the short, steep incline just inside the opening, our boots crunching on loose gravel and debris. The moment we were fully inside, the sounds of the four outside, the birds, the insects, the breeze vanished, replaced by an immediate, profound silence. In the dark, it was absolute. Our flashlight beams seemed inadequate, swallowed by the sheer immensity of the space that hinted at stretching endlessly before us. The cold seeped into my bones instantly. Goosebumps prickled my arms, despite the summer heat we'd just left. The ventilation tunnel was cramped at first, maybe 8 feet high circular, and lined with decaying concrete. Water dripped incessantly, the sound echoing weirdly, seeming to come from everywhere at once. We moved slowly, cautiously, our beams sweeping back and forth, illuminating graffiti-scarred walls, puddles of indeterminate depth, and the occasional rusted piece of machinery, its purpose long forgotten. After maybe 50 yards, the narrow passage opened dramatically into the main tunnel. The scale was breathtaking. It was like stepping into a concrete cathedral dedicated to obsolescence. 4 lanes wide, the ceiling soaring 30 feet above, disappearing into shadow beyond the reach of our lights. The air was heavy still. We could see the curve of the tunnel ahead, bending gently out of sight, promising mile after mile of this same echoing emptiness. The sheer size of the place was humbling and terrifying. We were ants crawling inside the corpse of a giant. "Whoa," Sarah breathed, her voice swallowed by the space. Even her whisper seemed to echo. We started walking along the decaying roadway, our footsteps the only sound besides the constant, rhythmic drip of water. Our lights played over cracked asphalt, crumbling concrete walls, and the ghostly white lines of barely visible underlayers of dust and grime. It was eerily silent, yet felt paradoxically loud. Every scuff of a boot, every drip, every breath seemed amplified, distorted, thrown back at us by the curved walls. We kept close together, the twin beams of our lights forming a small island of safety in the vast ocean of black. An hour passed, maybe more. We pushed deeper, drawn by the allure of the unknown. The silence, the history soaking the very air. We were far from the entrance now, far from the world outside. The air felt thicker, the silence heavier. And that's when we heard the first noise that wasn't us, wasn't the dripping water. A low, distant rumble, almost like thunder, but deeper, more resonant, coming from the earth beneath our feet. That first rumble wasn't loud, but it was deep. It vibrated through the soles of our boots, a physical sensation that cut through the damp chill. We froze, flashlight beams intersecting in the thick darkness, searching each other's faces for an explanation we didn't have. "What was that?" Sarah's voice was tight, the playful edge gone. Her beams swept upwards, probing the immense, vaulted ceiling hidden in shadow. Dust motes danced in the light, undisturbed. Thunder, I offered, but the word sounded weak, unconvincing even to myself. We were deep underground, buried beneath hundreds of feet of rock and earth. The sound hadn't come from outside. It had resonated from within the structure itself, or from the mountain around us. Maybe just the tunnel settling. It's old. Sarah didn't look convinced. She chewed on her lower lip, a nervous habit I knew well. It felt big. We stood there for a long moment, straining our ears in the profound silence that followed. Only the rhythmic drip-drip of water punctuated the stillness. It felt heavier now, that silence, charged with an unseen energy. The initial thrill of exploration had completely evaporated, replaced by a gnawing unease. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to retreat to the known safety of the entrance, miles behind us now. But we didn't. Pride. Stupidity. A reluctance to admit defeat or fear. Maybe all of the above. "Come on," Sarah said finally, her voice regaining a sliver of its usual determination, though it sounded forced. "Let's just go a little further, to that next bend. Maybe there's another ventilation shaft. See if we hear it again from there." Reluctantly, I agreed. We pressed onward, moving with a new tension, our steps quieter, our flashlight beams more frantic in their sweeps. The tunnel seemed to press in on us now. The darkness beyond our lights felt absolute, teeming with imagined shapes. The graffiti on the walls, once just urban art, now seemed like warnings, distorted faces leering from the concrete. I started noticing things I hadn't before long. Spidery cracks snaking across the ceiling, sections where the concrete skin had peeled away, exposing rusted rebar like broken bones. Small piles of debris, pebbles, and dust lay scattered along the edges of the roadway, evidence of slow, steady decay. Or maybe not so slow. The rumbling came again, closer this time, louder. It wasn't just a vibration, it was an audible groan, the sound of immense weight shifting, of ancient concrete stressed to its limit. More dust rained down from above, a pattering onto our shoulders and the ground. A few larger pebbles skittered down the curved wall nearby, clattering onto the asphalt. "Okay. Nope," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "That's it. We're turning back. Now." Sarah didn't argue this time. Her face was pale in the stark beam of my flashlight. "Yeah," she agreed quickly. "Yeah, let's go." We turned, almost stumbling over each other in our haste. But haste felt impossible in that oppressive darkness. The tunnel seemed to stretch infinitely back the way we came. Our lights bounced erratically, creating dancing, distorted shadows that seemed to mock our fear. Every drip of water sounded like a footstep behind us. Was the air getting thicker? Was it harder to breathe? Panic began to claw its way up my throat, cold and sharp. And then it happened. It wasn't just a rumble this time. It was a roar. The ground beneath our feet didn't just vibrate, it bucked violently, like an earthquake localized entirely within that stretch of tunnel. A deafening sound, like 1,000 freight trains derailing at once, filled the air, echoing, amplifying, pressing in on my eardrums until I thought they would burst. The beams of our flashlights became useless, slashing wildly through an impenetrable cloud of dust and debris that exploded downwards from the ceiling. It choked my lungs, blinded my eyes, filled my mouth with the gritty taste of ancient concrete and earth. I remember screaming or trying to. The sound was lost in the cacophony. I remember the feeling of utter, primal terror, a complete hijacking of conscious thought. All the planning, the backup batteries, the first aid kit, meaningless. My meticulously constructed rationality dissolved in an instant, replaced by raw, animalistic survival instinct. "Owen!" Sarah's voified, cut through the noise, somewhere to my left. I turned blindly, my flashlight beam cutting a hazy, useless cone through the thick dust. I couldn't see her. I couldn't see anything beyond a few feet. The roar intensified, punctuated by sharp cracks and the sickening groan of twisting metal and shearing rock. The very air crackled with energy. Something heavy crashed down nearby with a sickening thud that shook the roadway again. "Sarah!" I yelled back, my voice hoarse, choked with dust. "Where are you?" "Here." Her voice cut off, replaced by a sharp cry of pain and the unmistakable sound of falling, of stumbling amidst loose debris. My mind raced. filled with terrifying possibilities. Was she hit, trapped, buried? The planner in me, the friend in me, knew I should push through the dust cloud, find her, help her. That was the right thing to do. That was the only thing to do, but I didn't. In that split second of chaos and zero visibility, another instinct took over. It wasn't born of malice, not exactly. It was born of pure, unadulterated terror. The tunnel felt like it was collapsing on top of me. The weight of the mountain, the tons of rock and earth inches above my head, became a crushing physical presence in my mind. All I could think about was escape, about the entrance, about the light. I saw a flicker, maybe my own light reflecting off something, maybe just a trick of the dust-filled air that seemed less dense in one direction. Back the way we came, towards safety, towards survival. Sarah. I called out one last time, my voice thin, pathetic. No reply came, only the continued roar of the collapsing tunnel and the shifting earth. And I ran. I turned and bolted into the dust cloud, away from where I'd last heard her voice. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My legs pumped automatically, carrying me through the choking blackness. I stumbled over unseen debris, scraped my hands raw against the unseen wall as I used it to guide myself. Sounds of destruction chased me, the shriek of stressed concrete, the rain of falling rock, the deep, guttural groans of the dying tunnel. Or maybe, mixed in with it, I imagined I heard Sarah calling my name again, fainter this time, desperate. I told myself it was the echo, the tunnel playing tricks. I had to tell myself that. I ran like my life depended on it, because I believed it did. Each step was fueled by adrenaline and terror. The thought of being buried alive, trapped in the absolute dark miles underground, spurred me onward. The only thought in my head was light, get to the light. I ran from the collapsing ceiling, from the crushing weight, from the suffocating dust. And I ran from Sarah, left behind in the roaring dark. The weight of that act, the sickening realization of what I was doing, began to press down even as I fled, a different kind of weight, colder and heavier than any mountain. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that frantic, dust choked through the collapsing darkness. Minutes stretched into an eternity, fueled by sheer terror, and the rhythmic pounding of my own heart against my ribs, a sound almost as loud as the groaning tunnel behind me. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the thought of stopping, of being caught by the falling rock or the crushing blackness, was infinitely worse. Gradually, agonizingly, the absolute dark began to yield. A faint, grayish luminescence appeared far ahead, a promise almost too sacred to believe. The exit, or at least the ventilation shaft opening we'd used to get in. Hope, desperate and raw, surged through me, giving my exhausted limbs one final burst of energy. I scrambled towards it, tripping, falling, picking myself up again, my eyes fixed on that growing patch of pale light. The sounds of the cave seemed slightly more distant now, though the air still vibrated with tremors. Finally, gasping, sobbing, I clawed my way up the short incline and tumbled out of the concrete opening, back into the humid embrace of the Pennsylvania woods. I collapsed onto the damp earth, covered head to toe in gray dust, coughing violently, my body shaking uncontrollably. The sudden transition was jarring. The relative quiet of the forest, the chirping of unseen birds, the dappled sunlight filtering through the summer leaves. It felt alien, unreal, after the roaring chaos and absolute darkness below. I lay there for minutes, maybe longer, just breathing the clean air, letting the reality of the outside world seep back in. And then, the full weight of what had happened, what I had done, crashed down on me. Sarah. I hadn't just escaped the tunnel, I had escaped without her. I had run while she was lost, hurt, perhaps dying in the darkness. The image of her face, pale and scared in my flashlight beam just moments before the collapse, flashed in my mind. Her cry, cut off. My own pathetic, unanswered call. My shameful, instinctive flight. Bile rose in my throat. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the scrapes and bruises, the exhaustion. Sarah! I screamed back towards the dark opening, my voice cracking. Sarah! Only silence answered. The cold, damp air wafting from the shaft seemed to mock me. There was no sound of movement, no reply. just the heavy, indifferent silence of the earth. Panic warred with a sickening shame. Should I go back in? Could I even find her? Was the tunnel still collapsing? The thought of re-entering that black moss sent waves of terror through me, paralyzing me where I stood. I was a coward. It was the simple, ugly truth. Somehow, driven by a dazed autopilot, I stumbled back through the woods, retracing our path. Getting back to the car felt like crossing continents. Every shadow seemed menacing, every rustle of leaves sounded like falling rock. When I finally reached the dirt road and saw my beat upset and hidden under the trees, relief mingled with a profound sense of desolation. Sarah should have been there, laughing about how close we came, already planning the next adventure. Instead, there was just me, coated in the dust of her tomb. Calling for help was a blur. Finding reception, dialing 911, the fragmented explanations, the disbelief in the dispatcher's voice giving way to urgency. Then waiting, endless waiting, by the side of the road as sirens grew louder in the distance. Police, fire crews, eventually specialized rescue teams. They swarmed the area, setting up command posts, their efficiency a stark contrast to my trembling incompetence. My initial statement was a mess. Shock, guilt, and fear tangled my words. I talked about the rumble, the sudden collapse, the dust, the darkness, losing contact with Sarah. I emphasized the chaos, the impossibility of seeing or hearing anything clearly. I didn't explicitly say I ran because she fell, or that I left her behind. I let the assumption hang in the air that we were separated by the event itself, that survival was a matter of pure random chance. It wasn't technically a lie, but the omission felt like a betrayal heavier than any outright falsehood. The rescue attempts were valiant, but ultimately futile. Teams cautiously probed the ventilation shaft, but the main tunnel beyond was deemed far too unstable. Sensors detected continued shifting. Remote cameras showed massive blockages of rock and concrete where we had been walking just hours before. After several days, hampered by the extreme danger of further collapse, the official search was called off. The abandoned turnpike tunnel, specifically the Rays Hill Tunnel, as they identified it, had claimed a life. Sarah was listed as missing, presumed deceased, victim of a tragic cave enduring illicit exploration. Case closed. Life went on, but mine was irrevocably fractured. The official story became the public truth, whispered among mutual friends, reported in local news briefs. Owen Carter, the lucky survivor, the one who made it out. But I knew the hidden truth, the cancerous secret I carried. Luck had little to do with it. Fear and selfishness had saved me. Years have passed since that day. I finished college, got a job, moved cities. I tried to build a normal life on the cracked foundations of my past. But the trauma runs deep. I avoid basements, subway tunnels, even parking garages if I can help it. Loud, unexpected noises make me jump. Sleep offers little respite, often filled with nightmares of suffocating darkness, falling rocks, and Sarah's unanswered cries. Relationships with her. How can you let someone get close when you harbor a truth so ugly? When you despise a fundamental part of yourself. Survivor's guilt isn't just a phrase, it's a constant physical weight, a cold dread that settles in my stomach without warning. But the worst part, the echoes. It started subtly, maybe a year after the incident. In quiet rooms, late at night, I'd hear things. A faint whisper that sounded like wind, but the windows were closed. My own voice echoing strangely in a tiled bathroom, seeming to carry a cadence that wasn't mine. I dismissed it as stress, trauma, my mind playing tricks. Then it became clearer. I started hearing her name. Owing, softly, distantly, like a faulty radio signal carrying across immense distance. Sometimes it sounded sad, lost, like she was still down there, in the dark, calling for me. It was torture, a perpetual phantom limb of guilt. I'd spin around, heart pounding, searching empty rooms, knowing it was impossible, but unable to shake the chilling certainty of what I'd heard. Lately, though, the echoes have changed. They aren't always sad anymore. Sometimes the whisper carries an edge. It's cold, sharp, laced with something that sounds terrifyingly like resentment. It happens when I'm at my lowest, sunk deep in guilt or regret. A barely audible murmur from the corner of the room, or seemingly from inside my own head. You rang. The first time I heard that, distinct and accusatory. I dropped the glass I was holding, shattering it across the kitchen floor. Left Meg. It whispered another night as I lay staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Sometimes it's just one word hanging in the silence after I switch off the light. Coward. Is it real? Is Sarah's spirit trapped in that collapsed tunnel, her anguish reaching out, echoing across miles and years, fueled by betrayal? Or is it just my own shattered psyche, my guilt-given voice, tormenting me in a way no external force ever could? I honestly don't know. Sometimes, the line between the haunting and my own mind feels terrifyingly thin. All I know is this: exploring those abandoned tunnels was supposed to be an adventure. My deadly mistake wasn't just going in. It was freezing, panicking, and running when the world came crashing down. I bolted for the light and left Sarah in the dark. They never found her body, sealed beneath tons of Pennsylvania rock. But I hear her. I hear her echo in the quiet moments, a constant reminder of my failure and my fear. And sometimes the echo sounds angry, and I know, deep in my bones, that I'll be hearing it for the rest of my life. I escaped the tunnel, but I never really left it behind,